I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And I have already got somebody in chat saying beautiful Blue Ridge Mountains. I'm not sure that's actually true. That's from the top of Putney Mountain in Putney, Vermont. So maybe it is Blue Ridge Mountains. For all I know, it is. I'm not sure what the name of that ridge of mountains is, which is fine. I'm going to be doing some more work on the 6x6 reverbs today because I have been getting some interesting results from it thanks to everything that I did on Tuesday. I've also been writing out a sort of downspin. I'm not sure if this necessarily relates to everybody. I think probably for some people it would have no relevance whatsoever, but I like paying attention to biorhythms, and it seems as if whatever formula that is claimed to be completely universal, it lines up fairly well with me for some reason. So if I go to a point where my biorhythms are saying, oh, and your biorhythm cycles, which are physical, mental, and emotional, your mental is extremely high and off the charts, and then your emotional is extremely low all at the same time. That's usually a bad time for me, and I've been writing out a situation like that, trying my best to behave properly to people, not run around flailing and, demanding reassurance that I can't metabolize is the best way I can think of to explain it, because that's the thing. I was all over Blue Sky this morning responding to people because much like the nightmare I had the previous day, which wasn't especially helpful, this time I had a nightmare/dream that was fairly helpful in terms of centering me and figuring out like where I stood. It was sort of on the lines of helping a convention do its thing, and I think I was doing some sort of sound reinforcement kind of thing or whatever. And I'm zipping in and proposing to be helpful, and I'm a pretty capable dude in some ways, and I became aware that I was in this dream, zipping in, proposing to be helpful, and recognizing that the people around me felt a little bit stepped on and were ambiguous about letting me space into their scene. This is not the stuff I like as an autistic person. I normally don't perceive that, but I had a dream where I did. I had a dream where I wasn't face blind and was picking up what people were laying down. And it was very interesting because what I'll normally do is just try to be kind and not run too amok with whatever ideas I have and try to let other people's energy in, which does a pretty good job of making space for people who are telegraphing in ways I can't register, like, oh, hey, back off a little bit, you're coming across too nerdy and intense, and what if I don't agree with what you say? That's a jam I can get into fairly easily as a autistic white man with an opinion can easily become trampling over people, because just the way that I go with being able to think of stuff and believing I'm correct, and also the way that my heritage goes, which is a very white person upbringing that I got, where we did not see neighbors as a rule, and it was a very buckled down, cloistered environment, and there was not much in the way of being able to have friends in any way. My mom didn't have friends. She was a working head nurse drug addict who eventually got busted and got clean. She's the one who got me clean because I saw what it did for her and followed. And my dad was a scientist, probably way the heck smarter than me, and made one friend who he saw every couple of years maybe, and that was about it. And that's a very white person upbringing. I think I've been taken to saying on Blue Sky, for instance, yeah, fine for the fjords, maybe sucks for the cities. And I think that's what happened in that dynamic, is people who look like me with my Finnish heritage and, English and Irish and stuff like that. When you look like me, it means that my ancestors grew up in the fjords where there wasn't sun and in these extremely difficult environments. And I think it affects a person. I think it affects the way the human animal evolves and changes. And some of the changes in like increased savagery and determination, probably kinds of smarts, certainly not social smarts, are affected by environments like that. And when you literally look like you've never seen the sun, it's probably worth acknowledging that not everybody is like you. That's a blessing for me, because my natural assumption is to think I need to buckle down and work on my stuff, which I'll be doing in a moment. I'll be doing that in a moment. I've got neat things to show. But the fact is, a normal world-sized world, a multicultural world with all kinds of stuff in it, is more welcoming and nurturing than my heritage would lead me to believe. Like, I grew up in a household that was pretty damaged. At that, it was better than my parents' households in turn. Everybody has been growing and improving little bits. My folks aren't around anymore, but when they were still very much stuck in the box that was their upbringings and so on and so forth. And my heritage going way back is not as nice of a world as the world I get to live in today, even given that a lot of people who look kind of like me have made great strides in making things much worse at the moment. I don't think that necessarily is going to stick. It kind of can't, because it's a bust out. It's making things worse in order for them to be worse, and that's not going to stick. Nobody liked that, as the Fallout thing said. Among the things I'm doing to try to make stuff better is I've been doing a little bit of running around making sure I have stuff that might not be available in upcoming months and years. Like, I bought some replacement clothes I had this neat pair of pants that I got from LL Bean, and I'd worn it to a con and had fixed my car up. I've also been fixing my car up more, and got some epoxy spots on this pair of pants because I was epoxying the front bumper of my car in place because it had sprung loose and wasn't fitting properly. And so I went and got another pair of pants to replace that one, which is now going to be like work pants or gardening pants. And I've also got a few more socks, as in, I think I totals to about 8 more socks, 4 pairs of socks. I wear these wool socks that I get from LL Bean because wool is quite awesome for socks. And I've had these multiple colors. For instance, I've got a few interesting colors like red and a sort of decorative rainbow. Hey, Luca. Decorative rainbow looking. It's still LL Bean, mind you. Did you know that LL Bean is selling a rainbow themed hoodie with LL Bean logos on it? I saw that and I was like, okay, didn't see that coming. Cool. Alrighty. It's unmistakable. And it's got the bottom of the rainbow purple turns into a mountain. And then there's the LL Bean logo on that. And I was like, cool. You just made me slightly happier that I am frequenting your establishment. But yeah, the socks that I'm wearing, most of them are either a dark gray or a really light gray. And I kind of manage my workload by, if I pick the dark gray socks, that is a time during which I can push myself really hard and like have no mercy and just try to get so much done. And then if I run out of those and I'm on to the light gray socks, that means I have to chill a little bit. And I am on the light gray socks now, which does not mean I'm not working really hard to do more stuff, because I'm chasing some interesting ideas in a lot of different ways, actually. But I've also got red, I guess, is there is sort of dark oxblood red or something, but they're still the wool socks. I reserve those for when I've been pushing on the dark gray intensity socks so hard that I know that it's going a little far. So I will go to the MIT's school colors are gray and red, which is also called blood on concrete. And I'll switch to the dark red socks for like, okay, this is me going a little too far. I should not be pushing myself as hard as this, but I'm after something and I want to get the result. It's much like for the Tuesday live stream, where I went a solid half hour, 45 minutes over when I said I was going to let myself go and have tacos, because I wanted to hear what I was going to hear. Mismatching socks are cool too, Tweeden. Mismatching socks are cool too. And the extra socks that I bought, all light gray, because I think the amount that I have got done, particularly in the last year or so, is enough that I need to start bringing in that vibe of like ease. And I think people need to be able to be around a vibe of ease and comfort these days. I think that's a useful thing to be able to. I'm going to wait and see if it starts back up. There we go. Okay, my stream data cut off for a moment. I have tried to fix it. Hey, Pink Sounds, back from college. As long as I can see the stream is up, and part of that is because I'm doing this monologue just into the camera, so it's throwing a lot of bandwidth. It's a good connection, and it looks nicer for people watching, but it's throwing a lot of bandwidth, and that might be causing problems. When I switch back over, it'll be fine. And yeah, today is not going to be a jump on the Minecraft server, but perhaps next week. Next week might be a good time to just sort of, I don't know, relax and savor things a little bit, because I will have accomplished a whole bunch of stuff by then. Not that I haven't already. The last month or so of plugin releases has been pretty astonishing, but I will do more. And my take on that server, I feel like I had better not visit people's builds, because when I stream, people can see what I'm doing, and they can also find how to log onto the server, because I have not intended for it to be some private club. So anybody smart enough to know what they are seeing when they watch the stream is able to go and join me. But then some of the people who do that seem to want to break stuff and make a mess. And I consider that sort of metagame, but I don't want it to ruin people's fun. But first time around, I think they could see my chords. Plus, obviously, spawn is going to be close to 0, 0. I think I shut that part off. I don't think I'm showing chords anymore. But anytime I hit F3, of course you can. And yeah, that's probably why I shouldn't visit people's builds, because it just means if somebody is not properly understanding, hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, you can do this, I give you free software, also this is something that I do on my own time somehow, you can come and play on a laptop Minecraft server running in my basement. Go ahead. set up camp. I've typically it didn't work for the snowball, but typically when I've had a server running for long periods of time, if that needs to change or migrate or I can't do it anymore, even under dark circumstances, then which has happened before. I've had people turn alt-right on me and not end up staying my friends. But even then, I would put the server up somewhere that people could get at it. So I am not a table flippy guy where if the Minecraft server doesn't go the way I want, I'll delete it. That's not really how I roll. But yeah, and of course, bear in mind, anybody playing Minecraft, showing people's bases is a nice streamer thing to do, probably best for people who are not letting it be known where they can be found. But typically, if I'm going to log in, it'll be because I want to talk while derping around, doing something perhaps not very interesting or clever, and just killing time playing a game. I'll plant lines of trees and then chop them down. I'll take an entire little island and build in a little underwater viewport and then use the dirt that I dug up in order to make the top of it be a grass block or whatever. And the way I play it, if somebody came and they decided that they were going to grief my stuff by breaking all of my things, I would be like, okay. If this is how you're going to do, my Minecrafting is now going to be I'm going to dig the top off of that mountain over there. Go ahead and try to grief that, because I'm just spending time while talking to people, and I'm not that interested in, I made this big elaborate thing which is incredibly cool and don't touch. That's not really how I roll. So yeah, I'll probably zoop over to the Minecraft server at some point. It's there. It's on. I just, there was nobody on it this morning, so I rebooted it to make sure that it was still running nicely. And yeah, that is something I'm always looking for stuff to share. And part of it is because I like being shared with. I don't get a lot of that. I live a very isolated existence doing my work. And when people are sharing with, on a weekly basis, I go and hang out with a recovery group because I am clean and sober. And it's got to where I do feel the friendship from those people. But I've known some of them for 30 years. The fact that if I have a hard time feeling friendship from somebody who has been my close friend and at times a sponsor even for 30 years, that's a problem. And yet I will still have a difficult time figuring that one out. And I just sort of have to learn it in the over the long term. I mentioned during this down snap I was experiencing that I had to be careful, even though I've got a group of friends in real life who I share this recovery thing with and I'll hang out with, and even then I won't necessarily feel, and some of them are likewise. I've got friends who experience this as well, where they hang out and they feel like the outsider. A lot of us use drugs over that. They feel like the outsider. They don't really connect. I trace that to my autism, that I can hang out with a group of people and I will feel like I'm not really picking up everything that they're laying down and I'm not really connecting. And I've said that to these folks' face before. One guy reached out and sort of patted my arm because he had known me for long enough that it's like, yep, this is true. But usually I just don't say anything about it because people don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear I don't actually feel your friendship. It does nothing for me. I go through down periods where the fact that you're my friend doesn't matter all that much and I just want to freaking, check out. And nobody wants to hear that, especially if you're a nice person who is a good human and not autistic and feels friendships and feels friendship. I think I communicate when I like people reasonably well. I'll smile and be friendly and stuff. People can get stuff out of that even if I don't necessarily have an easy time picking up the reverse. I've had to learn to, which is not what I'm doing right now because I'm live streaming, so it's different. I have had to learn to be silent and just hang with people and hear what they're doing, hear what they think, hear what they have to say. And it was a real breakthrough in my being able to make friends, including friends I've already had for years, and in a way of being able to register that, yeah, they do feel like I am their friend because they're opening up a little bit because I'm not running my mouth about stuff and not shutting up. So it's a little bit different when you're live streaming because you have to keep a line of running pattern when you're live streaming. And that's also why I have to be careful to not downplay, like, internet friends and people who, I recognize your name. There's a bunch of you in chat right now that I recognize your name. I don't know what you look like. You have not been over. Nobody ever comes over to my house to visit. I have hopes that, like, some of the people in my hometown who are gradually becoming friends, probably, but I can't tell. The autism gets in the way of me being able to tell. But, we're simpatico about enough opinions that it's like, yeah, they're probably. Yeah, but yeah, pink sounds. Here's the thing, like, I am a non-neurotypical white man, an abuse survivor and recovering addict and a bunch of weird, tricky things who is over 56 years old. I've grown up enough to be able to understand some of these things because it takes me longer to figure them out. And I've had longer. I was fortunate enough to be able to exist when I didn't have my stuff sorted out. I would like to be able to document that, in fact, it's good to run societies in such a way where you take care of people who don't have their stuff sorted out during the time that they're not good for very much, and you might be very pleasantly surprised by what happens. I hope people can be pleasantly surprised by what I have to bring them, because I was fortunate enough to be able to survive a long period where I didn't have my stuff going on. Yeah, pink sounds, yeah, pretty much double. Oh, yeah, easily double your age. And when I was 26, I had got clean and sober by then because I had to, because I was in really bad shape with it. Like, I went real hard on drug use. I still experience that with my coffee to some extent, because when you're a drug addict, you never actually stop because that's the stuff that lives up in your head. What you do is you don't run with it. You don't dive into the substances and not have the kinds of thoughts that have led to me having this little monologue in the beginning of my stream. It's taken a long time. It took me like 20 years of being clean and sober, and that's as a actual full-blown drug addict who was completely wired into needing to get high. I got to that point, and then I stopped because you can't. If you were that hardcore, then there's something inside you that knows that that is a thing that maybe you need. And even after having got clean, it took me like 10 years to be remotely happy ever, and 20 years to begin to have a handle on what I was like. And during that time, I was basically sticking around because there were enough people who had insisted they wanted me to go to the effort of sticking around. And it was extremely difficult and painful to get there. At this stage, I think it's worth it. Most of the time. This last week has been a bit of a downswing for me with the biorhythms or whatever, and I always have to be able to face the fact that I could go into this dark clouded period where I'm not feeling it. And not feeling it is not an excuse to give up on the future, as it were. Michael Holman, how did I pull out of it? My mom was in the same jam. My mom was a alcoholic and drug addict head nurse. So she is a very powerful lady. A head nurse who was stealing heroin from her, synthetic heroin, like medication. stealing medication from her patients to get high. And she got busted doing it. And of course, lost her head nurse job. I suppose she could have got sent to jail, but instead being like what I guess it was 50 years old lady by that point, a white lady, 50 years old white lady, formerly with a very important position. So they let her off the hook, obviously, that she did not go to jail for stealing medication from her patients and being a drug addict. Instead, they said, okay, you're fired from your job and your license is on probation and maybe you'll get it back at some point. And also you have to go to these meetings. And the interesting thing about it is she was suffering so badly, as I was suffering when I was using, from trying to get high enough to not feel how much everything hurt, that it was like a get out of jail free card for her to get to tell the truth. She got to say, my life has been a lie and I'm an alcoholic and an addict. She ended up wanting to identify as an alcoholic more, which is fine. It's like she qualified emphatically alcohol qualifies as a drug for NA style people, but she qualified emphatically for drug programs, but preferred hanging out with the AAs, and was just extremely excited and grateful. And I don't know if she ever got to tell her mother that that was what she had become, but it was no great loss because my grandmother was mean. She was a mean, racist old white lady, and she had done terrible things to my mom and my mom's sister that I had never known about, because white families don't talk about things. And so my mom got to live differently. She got to start going to these meetings and going, hi, I am an alcoholic and I don't drink today. And that gets to be the most important thing. Never mind all this other stuff. It took her like 20 years to get to where she could acknowledge, oh, that lady, I don't like her. I think she's a jerk and she is a bully and I don't like her. It took her 20 years to get to the point where she could admit that publicly. She told me. And I knew what that meant, because before that point, my mom was not allowed to have a negative word to say about anybody or to be negative in any way. So she was a miserable, mean person, but it was all a giant, it was a huge front. You had to acknowledge that she was a good, sensible, smart person and not acknowledge any of the dark stuff that she got up to. So truth did set her free because she got to tell the truth for a change. And the weight of this entire pile of lies had been so heavy that she hated it. And then she got to walk away. And that's essentially what I got to do on a bunch of different levels going through. I got to walk away from acting like using enough drugs was going to help. That was the first one. And then gradually walked away from other things, like when I became homeless and disowned by this same family that had, the same mom who had got clean was like, well, but clearly you're completely perfect and fine. And so therefore, never darken our door again, go off and become well. I know that you can, you just don't want to. And oops. But that's what it took for me to bounce around among enough other people that somebody was like, this is really weird that this apparently clever guy can't function. What the hell is the deal with this? And I got diagnosed as an autistic person and found a truth there where I was like, whoa, yeah, this makes so much sense. It's not even funny. And I've been evolving and living with that ever since, and finding ways of turning it to good use. Because we're all some kind of person in some kind of way, and self-understanding is very useful. But yeah, I had mentioned I had a fun time. What do you earn knowing it? Yeah, try not knowing it. Because the thing about that kind of stuff, it's the same. Like I had an interesting conversation the other week because I was hanging out with the same lifelong friend that I've known for 30 years, and a kid that's shown up to the recovery groups and is staying clean, is clean for over a year now, and is a trans man. And I had mentioned that I was watching a lot of ContraPoints, and he had never heard of ContraPoints, a trans/political YouTuber. And I mentioned, oh yeah, so a lot of it is, I think he had better be watching later Contra rather than earlier Contra, because earlier Contra is going to flip him out pretty badly. And I had mentioned, like, oh yeah, it's interesting to watch. You have to bear in mind things. Like, for instance, this friend of mine is a non-binary, and Contra had made a video, which is one of the bigger videos, in which she had allowed Buck Angel to voice one of the readings in the video. And the challenge with that, I'm not going to say the sin or the problem or whatever, but the challenge with that is the deal with Buck Angel is Buck is a trans medicalist, an older trans person who only can view things in terms of this is super male, this is super female. If you need to switch over from the one side to the other, you go from the one pole to the other, no exceptions. And that doesn't... Firstly, that would not work for my friend, to the point where people can feel so challenged by this stuff that they're like, nope, we got to banish that person. They can't go around saying things like that. And I don't entirely agree with banishing all the people who say the horrible things, but it's worth registering, like, that doesn't fly for me, Chief. And it wouldn't fly for this friend, to the point where you don't want to even include that person in your projects because they're like, oh, but they do this thing that I find really distasteful. And it doesn't even fly for me because I am not a transgender. I consider myself to be extremely male on a bunch of different levels. In some cases, the understanding, the openness, the truth sets you free aspect of it helps, because one of the things I associate with masculinity is this ruthless driving dissatisfaction, which has caused me to do the stuff that I do. Like, I would have stopped at a couple of good plugins, probably. And yet, I've struggled all my life with the fact that that part is true, yes. I can absolutely relate to being extremely masculine in a bunch of different levels and embracing that. But I don't want to do dating behaviors around that. I am completely unhappy and uncomfortable with dating behaviors based around being a bullying male assertive guy, because I have autism and can instinctively tell that that's not where I should be. Nor do I get a particular kick out of it. So essentially I have to seek out somebody who is extremely feminine, but also has that streak of non-binary in them. And I may never. Honestly, I might never. It might be just too unusual. And that's caused me a lot of grief. But the more I understand where I'm at, and even if it's not a great position to be in, the more I understand that where I'm at is valid, and the fact that I'm not finding it does not mean that I'm just a failed something else. And that's real important. There's been so much of my life wasted thinking I was a failed something else rather than a real Chris from Airwindows and long list of other things. I was going to mention a thing that had come to mind. I was talking about the Airwindows, not the Airwindows Minecraft server. and how I was taking a little island out in the sea, mining it down until it was flat, and then replacing it with grass. And I've been out and about getting various things to try to help move forwards, including if there ends up being difficult times ahead. I'm enjoying the talk, but I am going to move on to coding pretty soon. I'm about halfway through my second coffee of the day, and this is partly, when I hear people saying, wow, what you're saying is helping me make sense of stuff that I'm facing, that makes it all worthwhile. Like, I don't necessarily register stuff like that, and yet that's what's always helped me. And it's all about, paying it forward. That's what, like, my recovery group is like. My recovery group is essentially, we have this thing in common that if you're an addict and are suffering from being an addict, you can stop and you never have to use again, which is an astonishing idea, and yet it's absolutely true. That's all we have in common. Meaning that I got like Trump voters in my personal friend circle as part of this recovery group, and because they are so different in various ways, they struggle being able to convert, they'll do the conservative thing of refuse to talk about it. And I have to keep an eye out for whether the probably predominantly like the other side of things finds it easier to do the recovery group thing. Because it's like that Fight Club thing, like, oh, we're all hanging out talking about our pain. A lot of conservative people do not like that. But the ones who stick with it end up having to do a degree of cognitive dissonance, which I think is good for them. Like, I have seen folks who, judging from the discomfort around the last election, where things got painful and awkward for a while there, I remember one of those people sharing about how gutted and hurt she felt that there was a friend who had banished her from being friends and said, "You've killed me. You have signed my death warrant. Good luck. Hope you're happy." And that was a painful thing to process, although hopefully it's not literally true, but I respect the fact that somebody might have felt that way. And our recovery group also spells out, much like the AA did in its day, that, we do not discriminate on gender or religion or lack of religion or sexual orientation or anything, period, full stop. And because our own recovery and freedom from having to act on like active addiction is conditional on our being able to bring it out and help other people with it, everybody has to follow that, whether their political choices would seem to permit it or not. Like, they have to become heretical right-wingers because their life depends upon heretically refusing to discriminate against like trans people, against like gay people or whatever. And so they end up with these people in their personal lives. And I assume it must affect things to some extent. But yeah, I don't know how I got onto that angle. It's fine. It's because I'm not singling them out in any way, but I'm talking about what brought me to the point of talking on my YouTube channel to the people that I make plugins for, and also people who might be making initial steps along these journeys that I've had to go through. Yeah. Honestly, I wonder whether I should be taking all of the Cyrillic letters and just calling everybody Igor. I know there's literally one name in my chat that is Cyrillic letters, and I asked and it was Igor, so. But yeah, that is, I would be comfortable with associating that with masculinity because I relate to that personally. And I wouldn't want to be exclusionary in saying, okay, so that is a conditional thing on masculinity in that you cannot even consider yourself a man if you're not doing that. Maybe they're like the people who are in my conversations on Blue Sky. I am sort of Black Sky adjacent. So I get to hear from people who currently are kind of salty. They are not enjoying modern day politics any more than I am. And some of them are making a whole point of like, no, don't, the white people have to pull themselves out of this one. They got themselves in. We voted as hard as we could. That wasn't enough. And so therefore, don't put yourself in harm's way. They got to deal with this one. It's on them. And I have, Boris, fair. Maybe at some point I'll be able to read that. That would be neat. I can make a cheat sheet, maybe. I'm not going to work on that today. But to some extent, I feel like being able to say, this is the most important point of being a man, is you find the work and you do it. To some extent, that's white male. Because, like, from my heritage of up in Finland by the fjords and whatever, there's this very high pressure thing of like, no, you'd better do that. If you don't, you die. You'll freeze. You won't have any food or whatever. Maybe you aren't able to save everybody in your village, so you throw somebody out on an ice floe or whatever. It just changes people to exist in conditions that bad. And so I'm not prepared to say you can't be a man unless you are as determined and hardcore as I am in certain things, because the intersectionality of it, maybe some of that is autism, where there is the tendency to connect into that. But yeah, it'll become an entire philosophical discussion today. I should be doing some of that. But I should also do some of my work. And Pink Sounds, the controversial take on judgments, less so discrimination, but I feel it's necessary to judge each other as different, otherwise we won't progress. Maybe I'm conflating. Yeah, my take on that is, to some extent, this is what caused America to be very influential in the last half century or so. That would be a shared opinion. I feel the same way. And my take on that is you can go to more discriminatory zones and form these little enclaves and try to make ethnostates and things like that. And in so doing, you'll be crippling yourself in future, because more is accomplished by populations that are diverse enough that nobody's really comfortable. I am strongly of that opinion. And that's partly why I'm doing my Airwindows thing of making plugins and trying to communicate it to others so that populations that don't have like a lot of financial money can have access to resources and be able to do stuff and express themselves. I think that's really important. Not because I think like, people who are underprivileged are inherently better at being artists, so much as you're going to have a really restricted zone of stuff that you hear about if you only give the tools to the people who are rich. Or if you only give the tools and microphones and YouTube channels to the people who are white. Or if you only give the tools to people who are black, etc., etc., etc. It's the intermingling and diversity that causes a population to be incredibly productive and successful. And that's what we saw in America. I don't know if we can shut that tap off. I know there are people who are trying. But yeah. I see a little conversation I want to jump into before I whip out my SD card and start getting into actual work today. Boris, I wasn't being critical. What I was thinking of is the hardcore pursuit no matter what it cost, I feel, is more of a white male thing. And That's fine, but it's not the only way to be. And identifying what is important and stick to helping yourself actually get there is basically just self-discipline and a good human behavior. Like, you'll be happier if you're able to do that. And then Fahad Al-Hafiz, that's probably how I'm pronouncing that. Consider yourself the AI. I'm not very interested in trying to make an LLM do something. I have not yet worked out what they're likely to be good for, although there are things about them that could be useful, but I'm not very interested in helping AIs at this time. And that's because they are rightly causing a lot of blowback. And I'm willing to side against one of the interesting things about AI is, theoretically, you could have the AI tap on this diversity, much like you can have them translate things. You could use AI to tap into the amount of diversity, or like Elon Musk is doing currently, you can force the AI to be complaining about white privilege. I don't remember the exact details of it, but for some reason Elon Musk has seen that they are trying to import Boers into the United States and make a big fuss over them, which has made some people quite angry. And so now if you ask Grok questions, which I don't do because I don't have a Twitter account, it goes on rants against how you shouldn't be mean to Boers. It's deeply funny and sad, but it shows you, like, dealing with AIs is also dealing with the people who are trying to weight them in one direction or another. And I'm not going to get dragged into too much of all of that, but Fahad was asking about, can you generate stem tracks by listening to a context audio? Because there are apparently projects who are doing that or are charging a lot of money, presumably, or getting in the way. Well, I'm not likely to produce. My issue with AI music is it's going to be kind of easy to stay ahead of it. I am not threatened. And the reason is I'm always interested in the stuff that's a little bit more different than your corporate rock. When I grew up, it was corporate rock this was considered. You would get musicians, whether they be like flavored as more edgy, like Blue Oyster Cult, or flavored as very middle of the road, like Toto. But there are certain things that all these folks would have in common. One, if you had them, or flavored as most pop music popular star of ever, like McCartney's first solo album, or flavored as super pop, like Electric Light Orchestra. This is all corporate rock. This is all very bland, and there are some real common characteristics in there. And one of them is, if you were going to be using soft clock to replicate these folks, you would need to set the speed very slow. Not the tempo, the speed of modulation of the pitch as it wavers. All of those have this in common, and that includes Blue Oyster Cult for at least some of it. Early stuff, maybe not so much. And they've always been very good at being able to be aggressive, but there is this underlying swing to it, which is a more relaxed swing that is more pop-friendly. And it's very much the case for something like BOC. It's very much the case for McCartney's first album. Lots of that stuff, Styx, there is this swing that needs to be a slow enough pace that the entrainment is able to connect. And that's a little bland. And the slight blandness of that is what AI is going to key off of. It's going to tend to do stuff that's like, oh yeah, that's okay. It's fine. It's all right. And you get really bored with it rather quickly. And I'm just not interested in chasing that stuff. Jonathan, well, I've recorded that for the purposes of measuring. I haven't run me to run it yet. I have a backlog of 30 or 40 records that I've captured to my computer. And I'm still working through like my Frank Zappa collection. And I still intend to run meter over all of the songs and all of those records to see what I can see out of it and rate them with the... I don't think people should shoot for a AA rating in everything, but I want to see where all that stuff lines up. And what I'm talking about, Jonathan, when I say that the first McCartney record is like corporate rock, in some ways, yeah, it's the opposite. In some ways, it's like a lo-fi jam. In other ways, the swing of his time sense and the laid-back quality of it, and it's also very similar to like his Maxwell Silver Hammer style stuff. He could almost be a vaudeville guy. He's shooting for a pop thing that is simply not as edgy. The time sense isn't as aggressive. The underlying swing of it is simply not as aggressive. That's what I mean by that. Ooh, Fahad. Oh, you made music all your life. I'm 56. You might have many years of enjoying getting better doing the kinds of things that you might want to do. Are you 56? If you've only recently gotten inspired to buy a guitar, maybe you're not. Meaning that you might have a good long time of enjoying music making. I will do my level best to help, seeing as I put out pointy guitar, yes. This weekend, chimey guitar. It's finished. I did it. And it's using Bezier-based compressors. I think I hacked it on stream too. You're 30? Cool. Yeah. Most likely you have time to play guitar and enjoy it. I expect to play guitar myself more. One of the things I'd like to do, although I am going to do my coding on the reverbs, because you've yet to hear some of that stuff. One of the things I'm looking to do is dive into these reverbs, and I've made more examples of it, so I'm going to be digging through it. I probably should go and do that, though. Yeah. Also, Boris had an observation earlier about things can concern all humans. Males are typically pursuing high results in their field, while females are typically interested in pursuing more directions. It's a fascinating discussion, and I have to be careful, as a diversity, like I extremely value the idea of having society nurture diversity and stuff like that. And then there's also the simple factor of like, I experience maleness as dissatisfaction and pushing harder to get stuff done. And also, once it's taken many years to even be able to sit with stuff that I've done and actually enjoy it and be happy with it, because for many years, no matter what I did, it was never enough, much like being an addict, never enough. And then when I'd finished it with it, I hated it. And music making, like I've gotten to where I can make music. It was that the really funny thing that happened fairly recently is I had done the pointy guitar track in like 3 hours total and used it to demo with. And then typically had, as is usual, somebody showing up being like, you suck, your drummer sucks, you should not even, essentially they're like, you shouldn't even do this because you're so plainly inadequate and you're so bad. And they didn't realize that the programmer was also the person playing the guitar and the bass and the keyboard and the rhythm guitar and the drums. Because you don't necessarily jump to the conclusion of like, oh yeah, this guy talking to me is also the one who played all of those things. And like, you have to actually be good to be a good drummer, but also I'm chasing something that is not necessarily the same as being a machine. I have machines. It's like this light behind me. This is a machine. If I want perfect metronomic times, I can do better than most DAWs, by allowing the machine to do the perfect metronomic time without a computer involved. That does actually work quite well. For instance, the Roland stuff, when you use DIN-sync, you're doing sort of a pre-computer machine timing thing. And let's see, what's his name? Aphex Twin had an entire project based on using Roland things and making a whole genre of music based on that, where it was all being DIN-synced together, clearly, and wasn't being constructed in the DAW and wasn't even being sequenced via MIDI, because MIDI has loose timing compared to humans or DIN-sync. Don't know if you knew that, but you do. Now you do. Even internal MIDI on computers, much less MIDI on software. The rate of MIDI is as low as 1 kilohertz or something, and it's sending individual bits and bytes to communicate note-on messages, so you can never fire all the notes on at the same time. It's series. Whereas genres, I was on Tuesday playing a 90s jungle kind of genre stuff from Euphoria, and that was done using mods and S3Ms, trackers, and trackers can fire sounds literally simultaneously, unlike MIDI. And yeah, well, it depends upon what you mean by poorly. When I was driving around, I've been working on my car, getting it fixed, making sure that it's not all broken. And I put some more of those AirTab fuel saver aerodynamic things on it. Some in front of the front wheel wells and some along the sides at the back of the car, just 3 on each side. And currently what I'm listening to, because adding those caused the background noise of the road noise to become faintly, it becomes more high-pitched and a little quieter. And I'm liking what that's doing, so the background noise of my driving has gone down a little bit and I can enjoy my music better. And I'm listening to the D through F tracks at the moment, which is bringing me like some Tangerine Dream, some Neil Young. There is no such thing as doing poorly in meter. Meter is a meter. There is no such thing as the combined activity and aggression of everything is reaching a bad point. That's why in my little, I don't suppose I have it here to look at, fine. I have a little card that I associate with meter, and in fact it says in meter, when it generates your score, the score letters like AF and CD and whatever, or CE rather, because CD sounds like compact disc. When it shows you that score, it also shows you what that means. So if it says like, okay, BA or slightly forceful, yeah, if you're doing a piece of music that needs to come across as like, okay, it's slightly forceful, it's not too out of control, it's got some groove left to it, but it's not just an overall all-out assault, then you want it to be hitting the point in meter where it says forceful rather than over the top, OMG, this is frying my brain. Whereas if you're doing something that is over the top, OMG, frying my brain, you want it to register as highly as that. And yeah, it's just all... The neat thing about diversity is that you never really quite on top of anything. And you have to learn to live with the mental incongruity of, I thought I had this figured out, and now apparently I don't. So yeah, I will... If you say Aphex Twin does poorly in meter, the first thing I'm going to say is, no, it doesn't. It's like that. Yeah, okay. If there's a track that was just a red clipping line in meter, that's presumably sourced off of a CD. Because if you were recording it off of vinyl, you'd very unlikely. In fact, what you'd record it off of vinyl and then normalize it so that the loudest peak is that line. So that must be sourced off of a CD. And then that particular Aphex Twin track happens to be done louder than I would have done it. That's all that means. Even if you're going for a loud, intense effect, that's not the way to do that. But, why not? Whatever, maybe it's meant to be put on very faintly in the background, so it's just an unvarying sound. Like, you can do all manner of things. I would have to know the context of that track. If the context of that track has a clear purpose to it that isn't served by that, then I would agree that Aphex Twin track was doing poorly in meter, because there would be a lot left on the table that he could have done it better. But then there's a lot of Aphex. I don't really listen to Aphex Twin as a rule. Sometimes I will, and sometimes I won't, and sometimes I'll listen to like his live performances, which aren't necessarily even his music. He includes his own music in live DJing performances, but then he's also taking you on this weird journey. If I listen to, I'm trying to think of the other guy. The other guy. Yeah, there's only two EDM musicians, of course, and this is one, and there's the other. I'm trying to think of Fortet. No EDM goes beyond just only Aphex Twin and Fortet, but I have listened to Fortet, and Fortet live sets are fascinating. It goes through this journey, and it all tends to sound like, oh yeah, I can see who's playing this stuff. But yeah. You know what? I am going to take a moment and switch over to this. I'm still here, and the field of my vision is mostly full of, Burial. I love Burial. If you like Fortet, definitely listen to Burial, and vice versa, because there's a funny similarity in there somewhere. But I also have work to do, as much fun as chatting away about this stuff is. And that also lets me slow down a little bit so that I'm not exhausted talking away like a fiend. What's that? Hang on, give me a second. Yeah? Not too much, what's up? Yeah, I registered that I wasn't actually meeting with you yesterday, so we had arranged that in advance, so it's good. I guess you were just texting me to remind me. Yeah, thank you. And also, I didn't notice. I'm in the middle of a live stream right now, but no, it's absolutely. And thank you for wanting to check, but we had communicated that, so it was actually good. Which is funnily enough, which is to say, this was actually a fairly difficult week, but I knew it was going to be, so I wrote it out, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Always goes a little bit better when I get to check in like that. Absolutely. Okay. I'll see you then. Bye. Okay, I'm back. Take the opportunity to clear my throat, not being fully on mic. Yeah, I had just only switched over. That was my phone going off, and that was one of the people I had been talking about. That's my NA sponsor. We had arranged that we weren't catching up this last Wednesday, even though this is a slightly difficult week for me biorhythm-wise, but I wrote it out, and I'm feeling a little better already. And he was just making sure that I hadn't forgotten that we'd arranged. He was off doing other things. And I never get any interaction with my phone, so he had texted me a bunch of times and I didn't respond to any of them. Oh, well, People do have to learn I don't respond to texts and phone calls. It's become a thing. It's become like in the recovery groups, I don't give out my number because it would be unfair, because I would simply not respond to them. And so my best way of dealing with that is, if in fact somebody needed to get in touch with me because I've agreed to go out and meet with them at this coffee house or whatever, and we're going to have a thing, and then they weren't able to continue, so they're desperately texting me, and I'm not checking any of my texts because that's not how I roll. So I end up going even though they've said clearly they aren't going. That's on me. I have to be chill about it and be like, okay, I guess I'll check my text messages, at which point I do, at which point I realize, I didn't look ahead of time. Okay. And at which point I have to be chill about it because I caused that situation. So yeah. So let me before I get into doing the work I actually have to do, I'll probably do it by the end of the day. I dare say I don't use a dumb phone. I use a relatively recent iPhone that's good enough to do like really good filmmaking and videos and stuff. But then I don't actually leave it in airplane mode because it just rang. You heard it go off. But I don't communicate with people, so my phone doesn't go off all the time. Notifications don't really happen because I don't communicate with people that way. It might as well be a dumb phone for all the difference it would make. And I'm having a look at chat because there were questions. So I see questions from Joseph. So the first thing about that is you don't have to like all the plugins or find them all useful. They cover all different kinds of ranges, and the idea is hopefully find some of them that are useful and that you like. If there are ones where you don't get why it is, then maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's just a plugin that I did for somebody else or for some other purpose or whatever. The numbers of them are very overwhelming, yes. That's why Consolidated is of some help there. And Burial releasing an album after Untrue. That is, Burial is on Bandcamp. I am happy to say I have bought all of Burial's music. I think even including the post Untrue singles, but certainly I have bought all the albums in front of them on Bandcamp. So I own like the high res of all of those, which is basically to say CD quality, because that's all he had. But I think you can do that genre in like 2496 just as easily or better. But, to say better, it's like, well, no, it doesn't really count as better because that's what it was. But the genre, the style, you can go deeper into the vibe. It's just that that's the example of that vibe as it existed. So if you go and have similar purposes, you can go deeper into that vibe using higher resolution audio. Let's continue with this while I'm at it. Because here's what I've been doing, and if I continue to walk through this stuff, I'll be able to show you. Like these are all ones that I have done between Tuesday and now. We've got as large as close to 5,000 seat arenas. We've got as small as 149 seat room. All of it is in the new reverb. And I've got one example that I copied over just for reference purposes of a different one. And I don't have it patched through to the big speakers because I'm going to be doing analysis of these. And note how they're very different, but it's patched through the MacBook, so I can at least play them kind of, sort of. So this is what my old reverb sounded like. I made them kind of match level-wise. Clearly not in every way. Clearly this is carrying through a lot more of the subsonic lows of this spike, but the rest of it I've kept being basically the same. 555 sounds like this at its best. You're hearing it over the laptop speakers, and not very much at that, but this is what we got for the moment. This is what the new one sounds like. So there's this funny added physicality I'm hearing out of it. And I've tried very hard to make it so that it's giving me the same basic output while leaning heavily on what the reverb actually sounds like. Because I'm going to be making more of these and then analyzing them all on the big computer with the real speakers and stuff. And yeah, I'm very happy with Bandcamp. I hope it does not, as they say in Shedify, because that's a risk, because it's been bought up by what? Wasn't it bought up by Epic? Hopefully Epic has good enough marketing people to realize the value of what they have. But yeah, and you don't have good discovery on Bandcamp, correct? But that's why I'm treating YouTube as being good discovery to some extent anyhow. YouTube is kind of good discovery and kind of not. They're trying to make people become Mr. Beast is basically what that's about. But there is still the ability to do stuff, get better at stuff, learn stuff, and use YouTube as a discovery. Did Epic sell Bandcamp again? I don't know. I feel like I've heard something along those lines, but don't trust me on that because I'm not entirely sure. Anywho, I'm going to go through a process here that will lead me to having more of these FLACs to compare. And we're going to see what we can do with this. And hopefully I can go through it without thinking too hard about it. These are my new bank. It's going from 390 to 734. And then I've got this other bank, which I did before, which you see here. So we're going to be sneaking some more of these in, and then we're going to go through and measure all of them, because they're all generating these little ratings here, which are supposed to be personalized to the room size so that I can compare them to each other and find which of these are best before doing critical listening of them. Because they all end up sounding fairly similar, but what's happening with this green, orange, red, blue, purple stuff is I can measure which of these reverb responses have more sort of intensity and sustain to them. I can measure whether they are more bright or more dark. I can measure whether they are louder in the bass or quieter in the bass with all the things in this little file short for echo. And I'll talk about that more once I start actually going and doing it. Here is, and verb 6s is a variation on the one that I did that I was calling K Beyond, except for I took the early reflections out so that it focused on just the feedback section. And I simplified it a little bit. So let's see, copy. Paste and build. And we're going to be doing this for like 15 instances. Also, I have some debugging to do on the program with which I did this. Because currently, if I set the room size to attempt to make a 400 room hall, it crashes. But smaller or larger are all fine. It's just certain sizes that I tell it to be, it crashes, and I don't know why. So I'd like to fix that before getting on to the letting people have this program. And again, it's going to be tricky because in order to use this, you have to be able to compile a plugin in this way. If you can make one of my reverb plugins compile once, you can swap in different reverb characteristics and make your own custom one, but you got to be able to compile it. I don't currently have a way of like reading from anywhere. Maybe I should probably have Bacon Paul help me with that. I bet he could do it. I bet he knows how to do this. If I can make one of these things read from a file and get away with assigning these delays from stuff that can be stored in like documents / Airwindows / this is my reverb, that would probably, I should ask Bacon Paul for help about that. But currently that's not what I'm doing. Currently I'm just generating some more possible examples like this. Here's the settings. These work, but I'm not using them, and early RF and pre-delay don't work. Or actually pre-delay probably would, but early RF is not actually there anymore. I removed it from this plugin, so it's just the slider. And if I hit play, there you go. So then what I do is hit apply and save it as whatever this one was. So, and make sure not to hit save because that'll overwrite the one that I'm working from. And I've been calling all of these 6s because it's the 6x6. So if I do 15 of these, we can switch over to the main computer, at which point I can start measuring them. Yeah, I have been disabling shorts using an ad blocker program and literally going into my YouTube feed where I look at the newest videos posted. And there's a block in there which is like shorts only. And I managed to use the ad blocker thing to remove that entire section. I don't remember how I did it, but I did it and it worked. And it is a better experience. I really step on the shorts as much as I can. Onward to the next one, 409. The other reason I do this on stream is just to sort of show this is what doing this work is like. To be Chris from Airwindows, sometimes you're going to spend your time doing this. I try to talk through the process so that you can see what that's like in case you wanted to do something like that. And a lot of it is not like, oh, I'm very smart, I thought of the perfect algorithm and stuff. It's like exploring and experimenting and being able to measure and balance stuff out. Sometimes I don't even have to hit play on this part. Like here's 409. You listen to enough of that stuff and it all starts to blur together, which is why I need to measure them. I'm going to have like 30 or 40 different examples all saved with the number, in this case 409 6s. I could just type 409 and go from there, but I'd be wanting to sneak in the 6s as well, because what I can do then is the FLACs can all be mixed in with the FLACs that are 5x5. And you'll find it interesting how very different those sounds are. To the point where, on the one hand, I wonder whether this is maybe getting me closer to what Bracasti was doing. Maybe Casey from Bracasti actually hit on like, well, if I can do 4x4, what if I tried 5x5? Okay, well, what if I tried 6x6? And just ended up settling on one because there's a darkness to these and a smoothness to them, which reminds me a little bit of the Bracasti verbs. Certainly not 4x4s he's using. but it wouldn't be his algorithms, because this is very much my own take on the 6x6s. And I have broken my sequence. Do you see what I did wrong? Because I can tell you what I did wrong. I closed the file, but I didn't quit the application. I will try to remember to do all of those things correctly. Okay, run the effect. Hopefully I can move on to stuff that isn't as distracting. See, that's a beefier sounding one. So 418. Probably the first plugin that comes out of this process is going to be one called K-Levy, because I think I'm going to be able to really accurately get the John Bonham when the levee breaks sound out of this particular type of reverb. It just immediately started sounding like that. And if I can dial it in just right, because part of it is going to be the actual Ludwig drums and him being John Bonham and all, but also part of it is the way that the hall he was in reinforced things. And I can probably hunt down which one, let's see what Clause 6 is. Can probably hunt down which one of these most closely resembles how that hall acted. And if I do that, you can get John Bonham-y, like when the levee breaks tones out of all different kinds of sounds. And that'll be very exciting. Because it's not just having a big extendy reverb. There's just a lot. There's a lot to do. And the more I communicate how I'm doing it, the more likely it is that when I'm gone, other people will be continuing to do this kind of thing, and it won't just stop when I do, which, especially after having writing out the last week, which was more of a struggle, I'm starting to feel, more positive feelings again, and I don't intend to stop anytime soon. It's far too many fun things to do. Or boring things to do like this that lead to fun things to have. I don't need to hit play. We're going to be hearing all these eventually. I can run through this somewhat faster if I skip unnecessary steps. Look at how long it takes to respond. Old computer this. Discogs gives me FOMO for astronomical prices. It's relatable. There are vinyl records I would love to get where it would be a challenge for me. Because I'd stumble across them in a way where it's like, oh yeah, you can buy this for $300. I'm like, yikes. And I'd be up against it, figuring out like, okay, must I get that now? Or can I get away with not actually owning one of those? I'm locking into my task a little bit here because I know I want to get through to the next section where at least you'll be able to hear the sort of backfill of what these sound like over the big speakers. And they sound much more impressive over the big speakers because then you get bass and the subwoofers. And that's part of what makes these reverbs be good. So I'd like to demonstrate that. Also, it's interesting the way they work out, because like I'm still figuring out whether I need to do a debugging step. In this, I can plainly see that this channel is coming across way louder than this channel, but they are two distinct separate reverbs. Sometimes that's just how the algorithm does. This could be a gravely flawed algorithm because it just ends up being not enough sustain. Like the one channel comes across way hotter than the other one. But I do need to study it. So I'm going to need to save this. 483. I need to save it so that I can measure it, so that I can find out whether maybe it really is just that bad and I just throw it out and never pay attention to these numbers again. It's very possible for the numbers to just be useless and not be of much help. Compared to this 527, for instance. And the funny thing is, to get to this point, my little generator program has already run through 4 million options to get to there. That was the best of 4 million attempts. And it ended up not being very impressive anyhow. So I try another one, and we see whether this 527, this is why I'm wondering whether I have a bug in the program, is if it always comes out louder on this side than the other. That kind of tells me that I need to fix something. I'll keep an eye on it. The numbers are probably going to be legit either way, but I could have something be wrong in the stereo side of things. But given that it doesn't have that much stereo cross interpolation between the two channels, it could simply be that the one reading of the numbers gives me better effects than the other reading of the numbers. It's all the same matrix, but it is reading across one way and down the other. And again, this time it doesn't look that much like one is totally wrong, but this side is still coming across louder than the other side. It's just that this is showing up more than this. But then here, this is louder, but this is not. And to some extent, ability to interact with low frequency information is going to be causing some of this, especially on this section. And it's going to be all a matter of like, what can I do to measure this and figure out what's going on? We can but try. I don't have it all figured out. My best option here is to keep soldiering on through this stuff so that I can get all of my examples, including the previous examples that I produced, measure them all, and see what I'm looking at. And if I need to debug the algorithm, well, I can do that. Ideally, what I'd like to see is there are some circumstances where the bottom section here ends up being plainly and obviously way louder than the top section, meaning that is an existence proof that it's not me programming it wrong. It's just that these algorithms end up being read differently one side and the other. Ideally, that's how that's going to work out. But I don't know. I don't fully understand all of this. I'm just doing it. And that's fairly important. That's one of the things, like I was talking about recovery earlier. One of my biggest breakthroughs in getting clean and recovery was realizing that I could be doing it right and have it not feel right. Like, it wasn't conditional on whether I felt like, hey, this is great and I'm on the pink cloud all the time and everything feels great and I feel in control and like I'm in control of my life. Like, that's not the state I needed to be seeking. I needed to look at how well stuff was working for me, rather than, are my momentary feelings good? Similarly with this, it's like I'm perfectly happy to just grind my way through a bunch of this stuff and hopefully have learned something. But if I've got it all wrong, I will learn from that, and then I'll have to go through a whole other bank of making these little audio clips out of these reverbs and then measuring them and figuring out what I'm doing. Like, it won't have been wasted time if this is just buggy and wrong. If I can learn something from it. And I am super interested in whether there's something to be learned about, have I simply coded it wrong, applying too much regeneration to one channel somehow or something, or whether that's just a phenomenon of how the numbers line up. Because the simple button, this is another thing. Oh, look, at 563 and then 564. Very small change in numbers, but all the numbers are different, so very large change in end result, probably. This is also why you can't simply go to AI and go, make me the best reverb. Please use 6x6 reverb matrices and give me the best numbers for them. Like, that's not actually going to work for you. You might do a little bit better if you go, take this and make a system where you're generating millions of possible variations on these numbers, and then evaluate the best ones using a genetic algorithm. And you make the AI do that, and then it'll do its best to try to figure out what that means, and maybe it will do something that acts a little bit like a genetic algorithm with fitness functions, and maybe it'll be able to go, okay, so these ones are bad because you can see on this reading that this channel is smooth and fine, but this channel becomes much louder. Maybe you could even make it do things like this, where you're listening to it. I hear a continuing note. So that could very well be legit in the sense of this interpretation of the algorithm tended to favor that note, and this did not. Meaning that the sine sweep on this in theory would reinforce that note that we hear here. So you don't want that note there. The extent to which I can make stuff like a sine sweep or whatever, I think the sweep goes through that note too quickly. But the extent to which I can identify stuff like that and go, this measurement shows me when that note was happening too much. Like it shows up in the sine sweep as this section where the note is becomes too loud, and I can measure it, and this one never becomes too loud, this one becomes too loud, and the measuring of the sine sweep goes in such a way where if it reads too high, the end result is rejected. So some of this stuff looks for the loudest possible sound. Like on the Alien Kitten section, it looks for the loudest possible bass. For the guitar section, it looks for the loudest possible sound, full stop. You're going for intense resonant noises on this distorted guitar. But this bit that we're looking at right here, if the sound becomes above a certain level, it is assigned to reject the end result. It needs to be able to do loud, sustained noise, but without ever seeing anything like we see here, where stuff is combined together in such a way that the output of the sine sweep, here we have a section of sine sweep that's clearly going into distortion, so it's clearly going to be loud. The part where it didn't register as that droning noise is also a part where the sine sweep never goes above a certain level. And I can measure all of the sine sweeps for all of the samples and see whether they go above a certain level. It's not checking as to when it does, but it is checking if it does, and letting me reject an entire, for instance, I'm almost certain I'm going to end up rejecting this one, but I'll keep it just to be sure. And I'll save it as 5/64/6. And I'll be able to go and measure these very things I've been talking about, where it will definitely show me that the guitar section goes super loud, but it's also going to show me that the sine sweep section went louder than is considered acceptable. And in fact, I can even do some of that. So most of it I'm going to have to do on the main computer, but some of it I used Analyze in this older version of the program, and it will at least show me some of these things. I don't think it's giving me a global minimum or maximum. It'll give me a global peak amplitude. The modern version gives me a peak and a true peak measurement. And it says this, and the peak is in dB, and a variety of stuff where this is not showing me anywhere near the same measurements that the other one is going to. But it will show me purple max RMS larger than 1167 is a veto, is a disqualification, and I can already see that the max RMS is minus 1018 or minus 1143. But for the end result to be quiet enough that this would be retained, it would have to be minus 1167 or minus 12 or something. So the other part of doing this is I don't know whether these numbers are correct yet. I tried to set it up in such a way that it matched. I tried to make it match the volume levels and things correctly. That doesn't mean it'll actually work, but the end goal is for many of these examples that I'm generating to err in one direction or another. Like getting to orange or red requires that the loudness of the guitar section get louder than these amounts. This is pretty consistent over everything. I've probably got that dialed in right. Having the slew be a larger negative number than 11.78, these are the ones that are designed to relate to the hull size. And I don't necessarily have this dialed in correctly for the 6x6s. That said, there are ways that I can kludge it. Especially if they're consistent with each other. Like if they are all a dB too loud, making it not fit in properly, one of the things I can do is do an automated batch processing, take all these FLACs, make them all be like a dB louder or a dB quieter if it's not lining up correctly, and then go and correct what it's spitting out to more closely align to what it should be doing. But yeah, let's keep moving. I'm going to try to keep moving. Probably don't need to bother going and making another cup of coffee. This is going to be like my last chance for coffee, because if it goes on into the afternoon, I'm not making a third cup of coffee for the middle of the afternoon. That would be bad. It would get in the way of me getting sleep. And I'm getting better sleep right at the moment than I was earlier in the week. Struggling with that a little bit, riding the intellectual high, emotional low biorhythm thing. But then I shook it off and I got more sleep and better qualities of dreams and stuff, and it's all good. Also, probably if I drink too much coffee, I turn into a damn chipmunk talking away too fast, and maybe that's not good. Not that I don't mean to be prejudicial against chipmunks. Like, I'm a furry, all for the chipmunks. Yay, chipmunks is what I say. Oh, hi. That seems bad. What happened? Let's quit out of this and try again. 589. We'll do a build. So if it did that wrong somehow, let's find out whether this, and this time I'm not going to hit play. This time I'm going to generate it and see if I have another problem. This might cast some light onto what was breaking when I tried to calculate it. Apply. Okay, it seems to be fine now. Not only that, check that out. That's cool. I'm liking the heck out of this. Ah, but something's wrong up here in the front. There's a click there that shouldn't be there. That's weird. But yeah, you see these? That's a good, loud guitar section. That's going to be in the red, absolutely. This is possibly a good guitar hole. And then the side sweep is being controlled. And then on both the left and the right channels, the Alien Kitten section is registering as good and loud. In fact, it's peaking out quite hot. It's peaking to well over clipping. So I'm going to want to save this, and I like this, but I'm also wondering why the heck is it clicking as I begin playing? And the answer is, I don't know. More weirdness in store. But I'm definitely saving this. This might be a keeper. Sometimes it's nice when it's acting weird as well as performing really well. It gives me a feeling of like, oh, this one's going out of control. It is too amazing to be contained within one program. Can't wait to see what that one looks like when I measure it. Yeah, Jonathan, an interesting point about what you're saying regarding mastering for vinyl and elliptical EQ. Like, of course, I have the elliptical plugin, and I do a variety of things along those lines. You know, if you're using stereo, there's still an excuse for doing elliptical EQ. If you have two speakers that are like literally right next to each other, any stereo content in the bass is just going to come out of one speaker and go into the other. It's burned, wasted energy. Now, as you go down to the subsonics, the amount of spacing between the speakers that you need to do in order to be able to have any subsonic content that is not completely wasted, well, that frequency goes down lower and lower until, for almost any room a human can be in, you could end up with a situation where any stereo bass is wasted. I'm pretty sure that that is like within the human perceptible level. You can quickly get to the point where no speakers in anybody's room that you'd expect to actually be in a human circumstance, there's no purpose to having stereo bass lower than that frequency. It's just a matter of, you could probably measure it. I bet you could measure it. Like a waveform through free air at the speed of sound will give you a literal measurement. And if your speakers are that many feet apart, then stereo bass below that frequency is utterly and completely wasted in every way. It's not helping, it's actually hurting. Now let me see. I've confuzzled myself. Need a copy here. Paste here. There we go. I know what I'm doing, kinda, sorta. Chat is very interesting to read even when I'm trying to do my work. Should bring it up on this computer, which I probably can't. Actually, I know I can't because I can't even run the Wi-Fi. And I wouldn't if I could, because this is meant to be an air-gapped box. This is what I build like my Windows plugins and things on. So it's not only a virtual machine, but it's also an air-gapped box. It's interesting how little club music is actually stereo. There's this tightly controlled, like, because that's pretty much all I listen to. I spend a lot of time listening to club music on YouTube or wherever, people's mixes or whatever. I see, this is what makes me think that my coding is actually fine, and it's just the differences in these algorithms that are doing things with it. Because what I see here is relatively closely matched loudnesses across the guitar section, but then this channel now has a very loud resonant part, whereas this one doesn't have so many loud resonant parts. Bits of them are louder, bits of them are quieter, especially over sustaining distorted guitar chords. Oh no, you can continue to be interesting. I'm very curious as to whether these reverb, because they're such stereo reverbs, I can make them cross over more, but I'm kind of not right now. So interpreting the same constants in one direction and then in the other direction is giving rise to different behavior in each channel, and that's intended, but it's also what I have to avoid. It says, everybody wants their reverb to not have weird honking extra notes coming out in one channel or the other. Everybody wants their reverb to be like nice and smooth and not have a sudden burst in volume that is like a slapback. And yet the way that I'm generating these, every reverb has its own distinct algorithm, or at least its own distinct delay constants, meaning that they all have their own distinct flavor. I'm not aware of anybody really doing that, although typically Melda has the capacity for doing it, because I'm pretty sure Melda lets you run a reverb and just type in all your own reverb constants, which probably means you could take all of these delay constants and manually type them into a Melda Productions reverb. I'd be a little shocked if you couldn't, so that's neat. I didn't really think about that, but cool. Strange alliance. If I put out that program and go, I don't have a reverb that can allow this unless you program your own reverbs, but you could use the Melda one, and then you can type in your own constants and use this program to generate them and go ahead, knock yourself out, have fun. I don't know if Melda runs double precision internal calculations though, so I might have the edge tonally. 96s. Quit out of there. I think these go up to around 700 and something, but I couldn't tell you how far I've got. But yeah, some days when I'm not streaming, this is all I do. In that case, I definitely am able to plow my way through them much faster. I'll show you the new program once I get onto the other computer. I gotta go through all of this. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm saving this up for streaming, because I did the Tuesday was the big challenging, going really hard, running over time, drinking 3 cups of coffee, and making an entire 6x6 reverb algorithm, which was under the name of K Beyond, and you can look up what it looked like to be coding that. This is just using them with a wide range of different tones. This sounds a little bit like a bad tone to me, but we'll find out more about that later. This is sort of mid-sized. Again, I'm not actually using the early reflections in this one. This is a simpler form. The 5x5 that I was working with, K Cosmos, gives me the ability to pick any of these constants and do like a smaller one or a larger one. Technically, if I really wanted to go hard, I could. That plugin Garden that I made, which clearly I need to do a lot more work on it, is a 4x4 similar to Clear Code or Cream Code, etc., where you can pick all the variations of algorithms within one. Thing is, I was doing it in such a way where, like Clear Code, you have this wide range of sizes, but I would quite like to do one where you could do a wide range of textures and flavors rather than only simply sizes. And that's kind of where things are going here. Because with this, yeah, see, I could tell just by listening to it because of my familiarity with this. I said, this doesn't sound like a very good reverb. I heard the drums. And I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound very good. It sounds like it doesn't have much bloom. It's not really persisting very well. It's got some depth to it. But it doesn't sound like this is really making a cool noise. And sure enough, when I run it, the guitar section is extremely lacking in progression, projection, and sustain. So it's just not reverberating very well. It's kind of restricted. And what we're trying to do is optimize it in various directions. It is not simply a matter of here's a bunch of delays, although I will say the sweep. If I have one that's really dead, but the sweep is super pure, like you can hear it ringing on a couple of notes there. We'll be able to hear it better in the when I bring all of these over to the big computer. 606. But this is how this stuff works. And when I mention like Garden, one of the things I need to be doing is figuring out more ways of optimizing The idea of Garden was wanting to use a 4x4 matrix in the belief that I could give out the parameters I'm using. And Death Out of Hell is asking, isn't that relatively realistic though? Yeah, one of the reasons it's doing that is because the 6x6 matrix is an order of magnitude more echo returns than the 5x5 matrix, which in turn is an order of magnitude more echo returns than a 4x4. It's just steps upon steps of these things. Turns out using the larger matrices works really well for a reverb. It's just a question of how those echoes overlap. And that's what coming up with the parameters for the matrix is about. But yeah, good is about how even the reverberations are. Oh, for heaven's sake, I forgot to do the thing. See, I have to quit the program. This one lets me use component files without having to reboot the machine each time, which in modern Mac OSs, you kind of are forced to reboot the machine for it to see it. But I do have to quit out of the program to be able to get it to use the new one. Kind of like this. And again, what I'm seeing and what I'm going to be measuring is whether the guitar sections spike out to very loud points. The guitar section is meant to be very resonant and loud because it's this mid-rangey sound. I want it to be more reverberant there. The sweep section, my assumption is with the sweep, if anything resonates particularly hard, the sweep going through it will make that part jump out and be louder. And if everything is very evenly balanced, running a sweep through it, nothing will stand out, and therefore it'll be quiet. And then with Alien Kitten section, the way that one works, it's got bass, it's got low frequencies. So it sounds loud and all, yeah, but especially as it overlays between two different bass notes, if bass sustains well in this reverb, it will pile up and cause this section to be extra loud. So this is like the mid-range loud section, and this is the bass loud section. And I can measure all of these things and then like reject examples if they don't succeed in doing all the stuff that I want at the same time. Again, I do a high frequency section by running slew only on the guitar section and then measuring what that gives me. And if you run slew only on that section, you get only the highs, and then I can measure how loud the loudest peak is out of those highs. And there will be big differences between reverb algorithms. But if I can just calculate it, rather than having to critically listen to all of these over and over again, I can narrow them down to ones that typically end up, because choosing based on that stuff does tend to get me to ones that sound better, like ones that measure as less slew on the guitar section will sound darker, and those tend to sound less metallic and obnoxious. Quit out of it this time. And so that does really correlate, so I can throw away large quantities of these simply by virtue of they measured too bright on a test, and then choose among the ones that succeeded and passed all the tests, and I'll still have lots of those left over. Or presumably I will. Maybe I will. With some of my work on the 5x5s, I've narrowed it down until, even though I'm making like 16 million, or 160 million options to grind my way through over the course of a night, I still only end up with just a few. The good part of it, though, is that when I do that, the few that I do end up with are awesome. And that's really the end goal. So here's a 622. The reason that I have to base this on like the slew and the global LUFS and stuff on the room size is as I keep adding size to it, some of these get quieter. Like this whole section, the more reverb time I add to the algorithm while keeping it the same in any other way, it starts not being as loud when this stuff happens. Or technically, the raw loudness of the guitar section is the same throughout. The way that it sustains allows for really big spaces to still fill up pretty good, but everything else winds up not being as loud. And so I would have to come up with ways of calculating that all out, doing square roots of things and just figuring out like, what do I need to do in order to mimic this curve? And I plotted everything out on graph paper using different color markers and tried to figure out what the curve is that those data points were representing. And it's done a pretty good job. Like that's what these numbers come from, is calculations like that. Maybe I do need to make another cup of coffee because I am yawning. Yeah, one of the things I ran into with my math and with my calculations that is now taken into account is that I had been making all the delay times be variations in prime numbers. Like what the numbers you see in here are literally all prime numbers. Or if you go with something like this, I'll load this up. Here's an example of a 5x5, not a 6x6. So it's not quite as full sounding, but you'll notice that it still can combine together to become a very loud sound. So the granularity of this is much coarser than the 6x6s. But this is an example of one of those ones where everything is, like it's very close to maximum loudness on this, and then when you set it to slew only, which I will do since we're talking about these things, and I will do that. So I always do that. And then I measure that. You can listen to it too. This is the slew only. And it'll show you what the reverb is doing in the extreme top highs. And some of them will produce much louder sound there, and then some of them will tend to not. And I can go for, this particular one, it has a lot of mid-range sonority, which not all the ones I'm working with in the 6x6s are. They feel like they are typically more bass heavy, which might actually mean that all my curves are different. I don't know that yet because I have never actually done this comparison on these new sounds that I've only had since Tuesday. All of this is moving kind of really fast. There's a lot. Speaking of which, let's jump ahead and do another one. Getting closer to the 700 mark, I might be done with this stage before terribly long, and that will be pleasing. And my stomach is rumbling because I am also hungry. But this another taco day, so I get to have tacos once I'm finished with all this. And now recent effects, verb 6s. Here's the 665. And yeah, over the garbage laptop speakers, which are really in fact very garbage, they even distort horribly on lows now. They're very broken. But it is definitely more mid-heavy than the 5x5s. And it's going to be interesting seeing what that means as far as what to actually do with them. It does also imply things like certain kinds of sounds will work better on a 5x5 or maybe even a 4x4 than on this new kind. But that remains to be seen. I don't know yet. The fullness is very, very, very different. And I'm really looking forward to finding out what there is to be learned by that. Excuse me. God, I should make coffee. What am I doing yawning all the time? And yeah, I'm looking forward to the tacos. I might be teaching myself to make bread or something. It is the sort of thing that one could do. And it's very tasty, although I prefer to stay away from wheat because you get a thing called wheat belly, which is essentially the same as beer belly. Obviously, I don't drink beer, but I could be eating lots of bread. It's just that I am not necessarily terribly gluten tolerant. And I'll put on weight around the waist if I eat lots of wheat. If I don't, I'll tend to be more fit in a way that I like better and find more appealing for me. Almost done. Almost done. Check that out. See where it says more? These are the ones I've done already. This is now the last one, and then I can move away from the antique laptop and face the camera better, be a little more comfortable, and grind through even more experiments and be on the modern computer. So let's see. Paste. And build. Often I start my mornings with this. Like I'll make some warm water, because drinking water is good rather than just only coffee. And all of left 15 instances of the program that I used to generate all this stuff, I'll have left that going all night. On the 5x5s, I can work through about 16 million comparisons. On the 4x4s, it seems to only get up to about 4 million or so per instance, which is still a goodly amount. And the special thing about that is I can run that many instances, and then I have to trudge my way through and do all of this for each of the instances. But each of the instances is doing all of those comparisons to try to get to what it considers to be the best option and throwing away all the previous options. And then I do this for sometimes it's 10. If it's the recent versions, it's more like 15 because I can run 15 instances overnight. And we get something like this with their guitars and things. And you hear the reverb sustaining away. Sustain. A cute little thing about this is that if you get the reverb right and you have things like the sustain of that ringing out chord with the raspiness to it, that's absolutely what I want a guitar reverb to be. It comes across on like laptop speakers and phones just fine. It's a mid-range sound. If you can get the mid-range sound perfect, then it'll translate to a lot of different environments really well. And as you can see, the bass is much more lacking on this one. This doesn't want to do any bass. Interesting. I guess we'll see what that has to say for itself when we compare it. But I do have to save it, and then I'll get to move on from this laptop. Seven, 3, 4, 6s, and this is not a 5x5. Sharing tricks about food and trading for music technology. You should do that with chat. You should do that with the whole channel. We all could benefit from that. Because, that's how I share my stuff. It's not like I give my secrets out to just only one person. You sometimes have to be patient enough to sit through a long, boring live stream. But hopefully there are things to be gained from doing that. Anyways, I get to quit out of this now. Here's, I guess the previous one. Yeah. Like yesterday, I generated a 732, and then today I generated a 734. And they might sound completely different. That's the neat thing about this particular approach. Generating such different algorithms for the same basic matrix, just variations on these numbers, which again, maybe you can punch into a Melda reverb and use that. If it works the same way. I don't think it would be doing all of the things the same. In particular, I don't know if a Melda matrix reverb where you can type in the constants would be doing its left and right by going horizontally for left and vertically for right. I think that's my innovation, but I could be wrong. Maybe it isn't. In any case, Shuttle here needs to move over to the new computer. New is a strong statement, but it's a way more modern than the previous one. At which point, we're going to switch over to what you currently see as literally just the YouTube streaming thing. And that's as small as it can get. Come on, honey, open. And here we have probably more than can fit on the screen. These are what we're going to churn our way through. And I'm going to take a moment to unplug the video of the antique laptop and put it away in its little home. In fact, this might be a good time for putting on some music, taking a break. Maybe I'll live dangerously and make my extra cup of coffee and shut down this machine. I look forward to trying to do some music creating stuff too. Just the plugins are clearly what I give away, but I would quite like to experiment with music creating, especially since I want to do a program for the arrangement card thing I've been trying to develop for years. Since well before 2023. I developed that as a card thing, which I was going to sell as a fundraiser, just in order to try to, I'd like to bump up a little ways beyond what would be minimum wage if I was putting in lots of hours. Because I do put in lots of hours. I like them, but I do put in lots of hours. And who knows whether maybe I could earn more than a burger flipper. Stranger things have happened. A bunch of other people in my line of work are completely comfortable earning a whole bunch. But firstly, so check this out. So this is the difference between being able to hear the reverb 6x6, 5x5. The dry wet levels are not the same, mind you. But we've got the same basic level. So they can be wildly different dry wet levels. I don't think they're wildly different, but they're definitely different. But that shouldn't change more than if it's more wet level. What's going to happen is I'll be able to distinguish between these more easily using the stuff I'm going to work through. Oh, and by the way, here's what a giant one sounds like. It has something of that slapback echo effect on it though. But again, each algorithm is going to come off different. That one's a little smoother in the sustainy area. So let me take a moment and fire up stream audio. Hi, this is you, chat. This is what I'm watching. And I'm going to play something or other. And how about one of the old school analog mixed jams on the modular synthesizer? I'll throw on Nuke and Pave and skip into the middle of it. Maybe turn it down a little bit because it might need that. I'm going to make one more cup of coffee for today and visit the restroom and stuff, and I'll be right back and we'll be analyzing the reverbs. Hang on. I can do better than that. I mean, this is for me to hear, but I don't have to hear it. I can do this, and then you can listen to this properly. I just have to remember to put it back afterwards. where that got to, let me put this to my speakers. Yeah, it's funny, this music. The interesting thing about that whole period where I was doing so many forms of modular synthesizer music is that the thing that really threw me was I could not get feel and groove into it very well. And all of this, mind you, is with me intentionally delaying and shifting the timings of different drum notes and things. Like my snares were always running through a trigger delay so that they would hit a little bit late. I would go to the trouble of making sure that the kick drum would hit a little bit earlier. I ended up running with an Erica Synth drum sequencer, which allowed me to spell that stuff out very clearly. And I would be making these grooves on and barely even on the Erica Synth drum sequencer is most definitely a computer. But I'd be doing these grooves in such a way that they would not be as rigid as modular stuff usually is. And even then, I found it very frustratingly rigid, unvarying, unmoving. Even when I was able to do cool stuff like pentagrammatical here, it's all like in 5/16ths, like it's a very rapid, odd time. And this has its thing going on, but just the mechanicalness of it got to me. I ended up not liking the mechanicalness of it. And yeah, compare with, for instance, First Looper Jam here, which is fairly recent. I'm going to be doing more with Circa, by the way. Everything I'm doing here is having to be played in unquantized. And there's something about that that sits better for me. So I'm looking to explore that more in future as well. That said, I've got my coffee. I'm going to have a quick look over chat. Fresh made flat. Yep, that sounds good. That sounds delicious. I don't like the effects of wheat very much, but I do sure as heck like certain kinds of bread. Like croissants are to die for, man. They're so good. And really fresh, home-baked bread, so good. Making your own pizzas with making your own pizza dough, so ridiculously good. And for a while there, I was keeping a sourdough starter in my fridge, just kind of evolving it and tending it and making sure that it was in good shape. I don't have that anymore. It ended up getting a little bit excessive, but while I was doing that, I did some experiments on making little bitty pizzas that were so optimized and so refined, and I got pretty good at that. Yeah, Fisk raises an interesting point about making beats more natural by essentially randomizing them. I'm not sure that's all of it. I think there's more to it than that. And I mean to find out. There will be experiments towards this. Perhaps not today, although technically you could. we could get into this, or perhaps next week we'll do some of that. I want to do some experiments with laying down stuff over soft clock, because soft clock is my recent metronome replacement. People were asking me about using soft clock and can I make it trigger on the DAW so that they don't have to just lay it down as a track. And I'm thinking not, because there's no specific point in soft clock where there is any click. It is nothing but swaying of modulating sine waves. That is why we have soft clock. And I don't think I can make it follow a mechanical beat. But what I'm wondering is, can I use that? Just lay it down, maybe not even, I've been using Circa a lot because a little bit of it is trying to ingratiate myself with my neighbor Chris, who is part of Audio Damage. But it's also because it's neat, and I have not actually dove into working with something like that. It adapts to some of the pursuits I'm interested in at the moment, and I think it's genuinely good. But what if just lay down a bunch of soft clock using, for instance, the arrangement cards I've made for myself, which I haven't been doing much since 2023. These are the ones I had during 2023. But then these are the newer additions around using chords and notes and things. I mean to make a computer program out of that stuff. But using that for basic ideas, and then laying down a stretch of soft clock in the DAW, and then jamming something, be it only a drum, over that, and eventually working towards jamming, like in the heyday of studio recorded professional music, people would often start with drum tracks. And you would get the drums just right, perhaps by having the drummer playing along with scratch tracks being played by the other musicians that weren't even being recorded. And you'd have the other musicians jamming along until the drummer had a drum track that was so inspiring that you would just run with that, and then you'd overdub onto that. But that doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean, but it didn't necessarily mean that you were on a click. And technically you could take soft clock and automate it in the DAW. Just make a stretch of time during which you can automate plugins and get ready to lay it down onto its track. And for instance, cover a Stairway to Heaven by starting it at the gentleness and the tempo that Stairway to Heaven begins at, and work out what tempo and feel Stairway to Heaven ends at, and then do a continuous interpolation as it will slowly be increasing in intensity and tempo while still remaining soft clock. I think that could be some powerful stuff. It's worth experimenting with. I'm not going to be doing that experimenting today, I don't think. Tabs, that's a good point. You could probably do a comparator in VCV, and soft clock will modulate in volume. So it wouldn't be particularly crisp, but you could make it do it. I'm pretty sure you could make it do it. Here's the thing. It is my suspicion that in talking about doing all of this, also, let's switch this over to date modified, shall we? Because we've already done these. Wait, no. The part that I'm doing here, it wouldn't matter, would it? I'm just going to skip this one, because this one has already been evaluated. So I got a little work to do before sorting this out, but that's fine. But yeah, as far as running soft clock, and let me just boop. So this is 483, 390, 478, 390. Copy and paste before 478. We're going to get these all in the same list now, in order of number, because we haven't evaluated any of them at all. 478 to 509. Fit exactly 1 in there. .509 to 551. Fit exactly 1 in there. Be patient, I'll get through this. Oh, we need more. 551 to 648. That's more like it. Poke that in there. Now these are all in order. And lastly, 665. Those are going to be separate, I bet you anything. Yeah. 648, 65, 732. 734. And 7032. There we go. So this is what I shall refer to regarding these numbers. But yeah, the thing about timing and groove. Don't mind me while I fiddle with some of this stuff. Meanwhile, talking. That's probably fine. We'll start gradually working my way through this, while also moving this to where it can be seen. And I'll figure out my stuff. But yeah, regarding grooving over soft clock, I strongly feel that hearing human interpolations of irregularities in the groove conveys intentionality. In other words, supposing you have soft clock, right? Soft clock is not a specific beat. It is a suggestion of a beat. It is entrainment. Supposing you're playing cowbell over soft clock, it's like, okay, it goes voop, 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 and I go click, 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 click. If you were then playing along to that cowbell, you're going to try to follow the fundamental entrainment of it. But then if the cowbell departs, everybody listening to what the cowbell is playing is going to try to split the difference between what entrainment is telling them to do and where they hear the music going. So if the groove wanders, you will have the musicians each individually fighting to nail down what the actual beat is. This might produce synchronicities, like synchronizations between the musicians where what they are playing conveys an underlying beat much more strongly because it's being presented with these slight irregularities, the slight randomizations. And upon hearing a randomization, the listener goes, oh, wait, where's that cowbell that happened a little bit sooner? And then hears every other instrument go wrench the groove back into place. This is not random. Whether it can be taught and learned is another question. But I don't believe that human feel thing is purely a matter of randomizing from what the unvarying machine-like beat is. I'm pretty sure the human feel is wrenching the beat into a intentionality. And the neat thing about that, intentionality is the weak point of AI. If my theories here are correct, I could do a jam that was simply drums and things, using entirely electronic or synthetic drums off of, I'd be using the modular synthesizer for this because I've got electric drums that are driven off of a piezo pickup that's attached to a wooden plate, like a serving plate that I got literally in Bed Bath & Beyond. And that's very, very responsive to me tapping on it with my fingers. I can do different kinds of taps and get different kinds of volume response. It's not even a velocity in the sense of MIDI because it's not quantized. It is voltage response coming off of a piezo pickup and interpreted through a modular synthesizer, none of which is really digitizing anything. So I have essentially analog instruments that sound like electronic instruments. There's a kick, there's a snare, there's a hat, there's a clap. The clap is playing samples though, but parts of the hat are still analog circuitry. And I could use those to play along with soft clock. And I could plug in my Zoxbox, and then it'd have an acid bass, except for rather than Zoxbox is usually the same thing as a 303, and the 303 is known for using its own internal timing. The 303 is your acid synthesizer, and it's known for running its own internal sequencer and playing repetitive machine beats. But I can play it off of my MIDI keyboard. And then if I play the grooves using the analog instruments, which sound like electronic instruments because they're electric instruments. Yeah, basically replaying Kraftwerk. And then play the keyboard and play the acid synth over it, but rather than sequencing it, I'm literally playing it. And I could jam out and play all kinds of crazy stuff, or I could just have discipline and play a couple of notes and stick to those couple of notes, but weld them to the groove with human feel to the best of my ability, because I'm not the most accurate player. And maybe that's all to the good. If I'm not the most accurate player, but I have a strong sense of intentionality in my ear and ability to play things with my fingers, that can come across. And the neat thing about it is that would define what AI will continually be incapable of doing. AI is trained off of modern studio productions. It doesn't have any idea of any of this stuff. And anything that's been generated that's meant to be human style in recent years is probably using simply randomizing. It's not trained off of decades of old Rolling Stones recordings or something. And if it was, it wouldn't be able to figure out the details, other than it probably would be able to sit a snare back in the beat, probably. But yeah. It's interesting, and it can be directly a response to AI taking over and replacing musicians. Because it is something that doesn't sit well with me any more than I particularly like the idea of AI replacing programmers. And I'm not a very good programmer, but the part that I'm good at is the part that AI is not good at. Likewise, I see no reason why you can't do music along the same lines. producing something where it's probably not going to sound like randomized, mistake-laden garbage. If you do stuff like this properly, it will sound human in the sense of like your old Rolling Stones tracks sound human. But it'll be something that you can train AI on it all day long and it'll miss. It will miss. It will simply not manage the feel. And it'll be hard to explain why, but it'll be immediate being able to spot. So I'm very interested in this. I'm very interested in what that would be. I'm also interested in whether I can take this rather weirdly stretched out bass thump here and select an area of this. Again, this is the sound. I have to measure these against the parameters I have written up here. So let's start. Analyze, maximum RMS power 8. So that counts as red, which is hardly surprising. That's super loud. Then I believe I still have slew only logged it up here. Do I? No, I don't, but I can. So if I set it to slew only, next time I can simply hit Command R and it'll do the last one, which is now bright. And I can measure it again. Peak amplitude -8. So that's pretty far away from what I'm trying to measure for. Makes me wonder whether it's reading anything like this. What if I do this? If I scooch it in here and then remeasure, yeah, still pretty close to -8. So that's hotter than it's meant to be. Maybe I should be noting some of this stuff down. Yeah, bit of an undo. See, now if I do F, it gives me the slew only immediately. That is often what I do when doing these. And I think if I select this, I need to avoid that, because if I analyze that, my maximum RMS power is literal 0. I'm on a 500 millisecond window and I'm at full clipping. So that's literal 0. We don't want that. But if I select this section here, even though it's pretty far away from being the center of the, if I measure this, we're now down to like -1282, which technically doesn't even count as orange and red for my calculations. So I'm going to close that and I'm going to do some spot checks. Perhaps even listening through to stuff that sounds basically good and using those ones for spot checks. I'll use the human evaluation to more rapidly do my corrections for what's happening here. Because here's the thing, I think I might be looking at something where I can do a general adjustment to the amplitude of all of these and then measure them. And then I'll need to make the part of the program that prints out this stuff be different. And I'm taking a moment to read a bit of chat. Yeah, tweeting in, there's an interesting point to be made there. You realize you could use AI splitters the same way I do lossless EQs. And perhaps you should. So if you can use in the DAW, and it might take a bit of work, but this would work, do your AI splitter thing and do it so that it's like whatever you're taking out, like the vocal or something like that. So you have your raw signal, then do whatever it is that you're doing with that as far as isolating the vocal, and then subtract that from the raw sound. You take the AI stem, the vocal isolation or whatever it is that you've done, maybe use like my sample delay or something would be something that could work. Figure out which one you want to use the sample delay on, and subtract that vocal from the raw sound until you have maximum cancellation. Then do a pass of only the vocal, and then do a pass of regular track subtracted the vocal. If you listen to it, you'll probably hear that the vocal has some artifacts poking through. And then, when you do whatever processing it is you need to do on either the rest of the track or on the vocal by itself or whatever, then you sum those two things together again. And if you didn't do any changes, you have your original track back again without any AI vocal isolation. Because what you did was you took the raw thing, you subtracted it, you added it, there is no change. Bit identical. However, if you needed to EQ the vocal or do something else with it, or like you're running a harmonizer on it, so what you're doing is you're adding that and then you're also adding the harmonizer, bleeding that in very faintly. Well, fine, you do that, and then you sum it with the one where you had the vocal subtracted out of it, and you still have the most optimum combination of those things. What you don't want to do is run a AI isolation on the vocal and then also on the guitar and then also on the bass, and then try to add all of those things together hoping things are going to be okay, because they won't be. But if you did the AI vocal and then you have your backing track with vocal subtracted, and then you do an AI guitar on that, and then you have a backing track which started out as vocal subtracted and now it's vocal and guitar subtracted, what you're working with as that background is going to get worse and worse every step of the way. But then if you don't change anything, it will still add up to perfect. It almost doesn't matter what you're left with as the final sort of garbage version where everything got subtracted. It might sound pretty janky, but that's still what you need to add in order to get all the original texture and quality back. So yeah, also, because of the same, it's working like my Smooth EQ, for instance. By the same token, if you are using that technique to remix, making a small change in the volume of something will be minimally invasive, rather than trying to remix it from the start. If you split it that many ways, and then you're making small alterations to relative volumes of stuff, it will be minimally invasive. It'll hurt the sound least out of that. And it's assuming, because you realize even if you have it completely unsynchronized, you could have the vocal like 15 milliseconds late and then still subtract that from the raw track and have your 15 millisecond late vocal and then also the raw track with that subtracted. It would be a much bigger mess, much worse isolation if it's out of sync like that. but you still could add them together to get the original track back. Boris, I think it would be an amusing thing to try. I'm not quite sure how you would derive the entrainment map of the recording, but it would probably be worth doing. And, dude, as an autistic person, I've been trying to reverse engineer human groups for ages. I've been trying to reverse engineer many human things, right? But yeah, there's no special, because you could have these subtracks misaligned and it would still work, you could do a AI-based splitter. Somebody might want to do this. If one of you want to be the savior of AI remixing, by all means run with this. I don't have the time or patience for it. But what you will do is set up a situation where you're progressively subtracting stuff that you've AI isolated out of a background. And then the end result must come from resumming all of the things together again. Mathematically, what that means is no matter how badly you AI isolate the things, or whether they're out of sync or whatever, if you do it correctly, it will still sum right back into the original thing again. Again, this is what I've done with SmoothieQ. A number of things like that. In fact, I use this on a pretty regular basis because it works really, really well. And it'll act weirder, but the whole concept is around you must split the stems and then subtractively, destructively modify what you're working from. And when you do it that way, it's like constructive solid geometry or whatever. It's like this minus this, and then this minus this minus this. Mathematically, if you add all of those things together again, you literally get the original thing back again. Which means if you can do that, you can make small changes, and whatever artifacts are happening will also have a very small contribution to the sound. You'll be able to get as close as you want to perfect tone and no damage to the sound. And then the better you can get the AI stuff isolated and lined up phase-wise and so on, the better you can do that, the better isolation you'll get between parts. That's where that comes in. You'll have an easier time making stronger corrections and have cleaner corrections when you do have subtle ones. And yeah, I think you would not want to, you'd want to run your AI on that locally, I think. I'm not going to spend much energy in that because I don't think there's that much that I can do in that way that I couldn't simply do by running a mix and playing with the knobs or deciding how to make something be good. Speaking of which, I stopped in the middle of doing this. Technically, I guess the stream comes first. I should be chatting away like mad. Nothing wrong about how I'm doing this, but I wanted to make a couple of quick comparisons. Let's jump back into here. And let's select this, and let's see what this tells me. So maximum RMS, I'm going to try to measure this stuff and write it down correctly. $149, so my amplitude needs to be over 11, but it is actually writing down amp minus 8.86. See, for all these little calculations, if everything is like 3 dB off, I can run a gain change in all of these files and then just run with that. And then I can tell the program spitting out this stuff to go, yeah, where it says 11, instead make that 3 dB different, and then that will be telling me what I need to shoot for. I guess it would be like, oh, this is 8.86, but it's saying 11. If this needs to correspond to 11, then it needs to say less than 8. And it works like that. So we'll see where we get. Anyway, that's a start. I said I was going to listen for ones that sounded good too, so. So 347 sounded okay. I probably won't need lots of these. I just need to do a little spot check in here. Also, note the size. This is 26.3, and that one is 26.4. But then the one next to it is 25.9. The better ones are probably less compressible. So let's see, former one, 8.86. This one, oh God, 6.40. Yeah, these are all see, the nice thing about this, they're all coming out way too loud, meaning I can turn it down and then refer to what's on the screen or what's on the text file, and then go and change everything in the text file later. Have it print out new stuff, and then generate all of my following ones using exactly this. I was going through this process of generating all of these, right? I can just continue following that mechanical process, and then if it's printing out new numbers to refer to, I'll be able to basically keep up. Okay, here's a more incompressible one, 478. I'm just going to pick out the ones that are most incompressible. So this guy, not as loud, but maybe it'll be louder than I think. Okay, so that's getting a little closer. Minus 10 point. I'm going to do a slew measurement, and I'm going to do a base measurement on the last bit of the file. .563, there's another brief peak. See, it went from 27.1 to 27.3 and then back to 27.1 a couple of times. That means this is slightly less compressible than the other ones, and I'm going to go by these. Technically, I'm not even listening to them. Oh, minus 7.77. A lot of this is just figuring out how to wing my way through what seems like it should make sense. So these are increasing in size rather rapidly. 610 maybe? Let's hear it. Yeah, I'll allow it. See, it goes 27.3 and then it goes 27.2, so I'm going to assume that this one is less compressive than its neighbors. I really do get wrapped around the axle on some of this stuff. Too much stuff going on. I was talking about the Minecraft thing and saying I was taking an island and making it be lawn. And the funny thing about that is I have a lawn-related thing going on right now where I have ordered something that will hopefully improve the rather sad and pathetic state of me hating to mow my lawn and suffering through the summer for it on a couple of different factors too. And let's see, here is a much larger one. Here is a 28.6, which is more incompressible than its neighbors, and it sounds like this. little kind of whooshing sound going on there. That could have its uses. Gotta be careful not to include the DC section. I want to include only the sections with the sustain guitar, so I gotta give it a little space there. How loud do you get? Minus 12.48. Interesting. This is getting closer to, well, I guess we'll have to see whether any of these later ones are unusually loud in that section, because we've got plenty of them. Here's a 29.1 surrounded by 28.7. Sounds like this. That's probably loud. Sounds loud enough. Yeah. Okay. So how do you measure? Because again, I've got a fixed threshold for this stuff. 1644. Minus 10.56, and the one that I measured in 478 is also a minus 10. That corresponds to monitoring all of these things and having a fixed loudness bar to measure them against. It's just that the loudness bar is probably not correct. And yeah, the thing that I was mentioning about the grass-oriented stuff, I was on Blue Sky talking about how I was deigning to mow my lawn, very frustrated, but I went clothes shopping and then it was like, okay, fine, I've done everything else, I will mow my lawn. I tried using an antihistamine, which I don't normally do, in hopes of it not putting me out of commission for days, and I think that did help. But I also mentioned how much I hated it, and the fact that the town expects me to mow my lawn or I will get nasty notes from the town and threatened with fines because I'm not keeping my place looking nice. And somebody mentioned, oh yeah, you should plant this kind of clover. Then you don't have to mow your lawn and it still looks like a lawn sort of, but it doesn't work the same way as regular lawns work. And I was like, tell me more. And I looked it up, and I realized that I've had clover on my lawn before, but it just didn't stick around because the regular grass, if I leave it for too long, it will explode and then become tall grass and be a pain in the butt. But if you grow clover instead of grass, it makes little tiny flowers, and it works like a wild flower kind of thing. Helps pollinating insects and things like that. So I've ordered a pound of micro clover seeds, and the lawn Nazis will not get me, thank you. Or if they do, I will have further problems, and I'll be like, hey, it doesn't spread very much, and sorry, I spent money on this. That's an unanswerable argument. If you're like, I spent money on this, it's a fancy lawn. Nobody can argue with that. You paid for something. You bought special seeds just to do that with. Plus, my backyard, which is most of the lawn, is largely fenced in anyhow, so not really worried about that part. And I do get to have different mailboxes than other people on my street. It's not particularly fancy living on this street. This is like the slum area of Bellows Falls. It's like 2 blocks. It's not very impressive. Let's see, how about one of the giant ones and see what that does? Giantest of sustain for the guitar. 4565. And that's minus 11. So now time to go quickly back through this and measure slew. So you're writing that down too? Everything's going to be scaled down. 1644. Yeah, so I have some hopes that I'm going to be able to reinvent my whole lawn scenario in such a way that I don't hate it so passionately that I can't do it. And yep, that is thus loud, but then if I slewify it, and if all of this is a fixed number of dB off of what the previous one was measured as, that'll tell me something useful. Yeah. Oh, I'm not getting goats. I don't keep livestock. Don't even keep pets. I'll be able to scale all of this down and then readjust the numbers. So let's see, 1326. Man, this stuff is brighter than it sounds. Minus 4.53, that's crazy. Bear in mind what you're seeing on the top there is this rates as being dark and quiet enough if the slew is a larger number than minus 11.57. We're miles away from that. Although channel 2 is minus 11.02. Peak amplitude is picking the loudest one of either. So that's interesting. One of them's a lot hotter than the other. 610. Again, slew, and that's clearly going to come out as way hotter than I need it to be. The density of these is really, oh God, peak amplitude of -2. How is that possible? Is that from the first sample? Do I have to recalculate all this? Go back and fuss with everything? I guess I do, because it started from the first sample and I literally, oh no, wait, hang on. No, I could do this. Just a minute while I redo everything, okay? Firstly, back to 4565. I've been overlooking an important point. I can go from the quietest parts and include the bass part because it's not going to show up. We're measuring slew. And this will get me more accurate results. So minus 950. See, those are low frequency numbers. I might not be able to measure from that, but it shouldn't matter. So 1644. Same deal. Slew only will make that big DC offset just vanish away. Boop. Thing of beauty. And that'll give me consistent measurements because we're starting from silence. Minus 890. Also speed some of this up a little bit. Goats are indeed true 3D creatures. You are not wrong. Yeah. Be careful about goats in Minecraft, though, because they will butt you off of a mountaintop and you will fall to your death. They are ominous critters that way, although you can use that to get horns to play in Minecraft. That is not something that I have been literally doing, but I know that it is true nevertheless. Analyze. Okay. So not 453, but 850. we are much closer to consistent readings too, and that's good. I will end up dividing all these things around or something. I'll average them. I'll write a program to do it for me. No, I won't. That said, I'm happy to have hit upon the slew insight that I don't need to go into the middle of that section at all. But if I go into the middle of that section, it will give me a false reading because I have to start on silence and end on silence. Minus 757. We might actually get a fixed dB offset that will make all of these numbers be correct. That would be nice. 563. Minus 758. This is looking more and more consistent. That's a good sign. Like if the text says minus 1158, but the reality says minus 758, all I do is knock an even number of dB off of the readings and then run by that. That would work nicely. So 478 is my next, as in the seat numbers rather than the dB numbers. Yeah, granted tasks like these, yes, I see that. By the way, minus 834. Since that is a lower number, lower negative number than the surrounding ones, this would be more likely to show up as labeled in green because it came out being more dark than the others. That counts as more dark than some of its neighbors. So 347. Again, as long as I can measure all of them. Well, if I asked Grok to do this currently, it would tell me I was being prejudiced against white South Africans. It's having problems. Minus 804. But that's not its fault. It's because somebody compelled it to act unreasonably. Do I have a 245? No, but I did 149. I wonder if that's going to make extra spikes when I do slew only, which I have to remember to do. There we go. I think it did, but there's still not too much. Yeah, if you don't get what that remark was about because you're watching this in some date late in the future, Antrave, and anybody in the future who doesn't get this joke, the reason I made the joke about Grok refusing to do the thing I asked, instead going on a rant about white South Africans, is because presumably Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter and indeed Grok, has doctored it in some kind of way so that it has begun answering many questions people ask and going on a rant about unkindly mistreating Boers and white South Africans. And saying that people make unpleasant songs about them and things. Oh, you could have added the S, so you get it. So that's basically current events on May 15th, 2025. That's the world we live in at the moment. I'm sure there will be many more like it in future. Hopefully not too damn many. Minus 853. Yeah, so ones that are over the curve get rated as overly bright. Ones that are under the curve get a green spot, much like visible literally right here in the interface, as it was more low in unpleasant high frequencies than its neighbors. And we undo that. And then we can probably skip ahead, right? I'm just deciding which one to do next. Let's do the global LUFS because that's the next one in sequence. And again, we're looking to see whether this is a consistent number of dB off from what the text is saying. Figure it out. At least I can go on the basis of starting with silence, ending with silence. Back over to Analyze, LUFS, and then I'm going to call it perp RMS to remind me which bit I'm doing. So the LUFS is minus 10.87. Then that is minus 9.85. So if it's just a direct subtraction, this might not be one of my basier ones. Still working out the details on that, I guess. At least with this, I don't have to do slew and then undo the slew. $347. LUFS. Minus 10.75. That's pretty consistent. I may be able to get a pretty accurate set of curves going on here if I do it correctly. It is just possible that they will all be a little custom. I might have it in such a way where each of these is going to require its own slight correction. And that'll be cumbersome if I mean to I could go through and change all the numbers in this text and then change the numbers in the program, and then that'll be fixed. What I was going to do is run in batch processing on all of the files to change the amplitude of them. But it is still possible that I will end up having to change the numbers in the file, which involves this many mathematical corrections in the file, which would make it almost worthwhile if just I'll do that on my own time. I'll go and do something else that's more amusing for streams. Don't know yet. We shall see. In any case, I just wrote down minus 10.75, which was the correct thing for me to do at that moment. Now, RMS. minus 10.31. So we're still in a zone here. See, I'm writing all this stuff down and seeing which ones are more consistent. And they're all ending up in about the same area, which is a good sign. What I got to do is work out what the correct answer actually is. But yeah. You needed to catch up to the present. Cool. Cool. Watch out for when they have a AI-generated playback stream to do it better, and then it has me talking to you on YouTube live, but suddenly, for no reason, I'm ranting about the unfairness of being mean to Boers and white South Africans, because the AI decided it would be better for me to be saying that instead of what I was actually saying. We may see those times yet. If we do, I'll have to come up with some way of defusing it. Don't know what that's going to be, but I do know that I have another LUFS measurement. Minus 10.61. Lovely. Because you see, the original programming is generating this thing, global LUFS, and as you can see, it's taking a number, which in this case is 12.06 or 12.09, and if these are real consistent, I can find the exact average of this. And yes, I have indeed watched the Ben Jordan video on the death of capitalism. Absolutely. If I can come up with a number of dB to subtract this from, or a ratio to divide it all by, for instance, then that's going to be handy. I don't know whether it's going to be a linear offset or a scaling factor. I could do all of that as a scaling factor, most definitely. The end numbers I get out of this will tell me whether I need to do it as a scaling factor or as a manual offset. Yeah, I believe I've watched that one as well. I don't watch everything Ben does. When he touches on politics and current events, or music industry politics like Behringer or whatever, I'm all over watching him. I have not been as interested in his live streams, and I missed the one where he pirated Serum and did a live stream on it, and people called him out on it, which is just as well, because I'm not interested in that stuff. I like him on some of those subjects. I think he's just a little bit too edgy for some people's tastes. So let's see. Ah, yes, I have indeed written that down. On to the next bit. We'll get an answer out of this at some point. And maximum minus 10.49. We really are getting consistent results out of this, and that pleases me. I think we're getting more consistent results out of this than we were out of the 5x5s. Yeah. That noise was my printer. I wonder what it was doing. I think it was going into deep sleep or something. Whatever. Last time it did that, it didn't wake back up again when I needed it, and I had to power it off and power it back on again. Let's see, have I written that down? Yes, I have. Yeah, he was very good on that subject. Something which I appreciate. Another fellow who is good on that subject is Laserpig. Laserpig is very amusing. He is a giant mess, but hilarious. And yeah. So let's see, I got to do the LUFS on this. 563 minus 10.59. See how close these are? 5. 7. I don't know why I said 9. See if I can identify the curves. Ooh, Blender. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Blender. I would love to get good enough at drawing that I could justify picking up a Wacom tablet to go with the Wacom stand that I had back when I did have I had a fancy Wacom Cintiq back in the day when I had inherited money and was buying synthesizer parts. And I gave it to the son of the woman in Canada I was dating, which I am completely happy with and would not do otherwise, because he was a real artist and he was better than me. But that said, I would enjoy being able to use something like that in Blender. Like if I was to get a newer main computer, and which would mean that the Mac Studio, that's slightly older at this point, went unused, I would love to dedicate that to a animation station where I could run Blender and then get really into Grease Pencil or 3D modeling or whatever and just do a deep dive into that, start getting really good at that. I don't know if life is long enough for me to get great at that. It would be cool if it was. I'll tell you that. 563, I need to do the RMS measurement. Minus 10.21. We're moving right along. 610. I'm about halfway through this process, after which I need to do a calculation and figure out what my curves look like. LUFS is 10.85. Oh no, I'm filling the things in backwards. Allow me to try to fix that, because I'm doing them all super wrong, and I believe I can identify I've written stuff in the wrong columns here, which is pretty bad considering I only have X many things to do. Woof. I know these are coming out as less than those. So, $31 and $75. And 61 and 49. Ta-da! And now I can start doing it correctly. So LUFS section is on yay side, but I need to write it on yay side because I told it to on my chart. Ah, boy. Try not to confuse myself. And what do I have? 85? Yes. And let's try not to get wrapped around the axle and doing it all wrong. RMS section. See, and that one's minus 1014. Yeah, I came perilously close to screwing up my data completely, but I think I've wrestled it back into shape. 610, 1326. Let's make sure I don't do it horribly wrong and screw my data up again. RMS section is the first column, but the last on the actual graph of the waveform on the program. So minus 1151, but it goes here. There. And then I do the one to the left, except for it's going to be on the right on the paper, because I decided to do that for some dumb reason, even though it confused me terribly and threw me off my game. Minus 11.87. no, wait, I'm not looking for LUFS there. I'm looking for maximum RMS, and that's going to be minus 10.55. I'm almost done. 2 more, and I can actually try to make sense of the data. Ooh, sometimes. See, I wonder whether AI would be just as prone to make a simple dumb mistake as that and get it horribly wrong. 1644. Honestly, I'm doing my best. I'm also trying to draw inferences from this best of mine. Minus 1123, which is actually louder than the previous one. Because the previous one was minus 1151, and it's a negative number, so larger than 11 means quieter in sound. And this one is on the left but goes to the right in the column of the paper that I'm writing on, and I look to the bottom for maximum RMS, which is minus 10.62. All of this is closer to the pattern I'm looking to get. Final data, 4565. In other words, this one. LUFS for this alien kitten section is registering as 11.03. Tone sweep section is not LUFS, but is max RMS, because stuff that resonates too much will poke out. Max RMS minus 1102. It's converging to the same number. Will you look at that? Now that we've got these numbers, we can quit out of here. Looking at it any further is going to do no good. And yay, more numbers. Yeah, I'll tell you this, as far as 3D modeling in Blender, 3D modeling is kind of more fun than drawing 3D because it's like sculpting. And you can use the stylus. I even have, I could be practicing. I have a little bitty stylus. I got a little bitty Wacom bamboo or whatever the heck this is. I think it's newer than bamboo. Yeah, it's an Intuos. It's not a bamboo. That was from back in the day. But it's a little Bluetooth-oriented Wacom. And this would work with Blender too. It's not a Cintiq, but then I'm not a good enough artist to really justify needing a Cintiq, as if had I a pencil and a piece of paper that size, I'd be able to draw it properly. Anyhow, that's one of the reasons I gave away the Cintiq. Is there are amazing things about it. For instance, it verges on being better color than the Apple monitors. Not that I'm even on an Apple monitor, like I'm doing my work on an old Dell. It's a big, wide, curved Dell, mind you, but it's still an old Dell. It's not fancy in the way of being able to put amazing color correction. One of my laptops is better for that, being a also sort of M1 grade older MacBook Pro, but at least that has the Retina screen. But yeah, the Wacom screen was doing very well as far as making intense, amazing colors. In fact, some of its color gamut was wider than the Apple stuff. It was able to do some really vivid, I think, reds. Some colors like that. So let's see, where are we at? I could have a look at the amplitude curves. The amplitude curves are meant always to be red is less than 11 dB and orange is less than 1225. In this case, with the spot checking that I was doing, of which the largest is minus 12.48. I should have numbers here. I probably can even look this up with the search and replace. So if orange max RMS was louder than minus 11, what would that say for this? Minus 11.25. Well, literally everything would qualify as being at least orange. Then red would be everything louder than 10, because I would have added a dB to everything. And so when you do that, larger than 11 means it has to say 10 dot something. If I do larger than 10, it has to say 9 dot something or 8 dot something. There are 3 out of, 8 that would qualify as red, and then most of them would qualify as orange. If I went 2 dB up, some of them would still qualify easily. But, so it would be orange max RMS less than 12, 11, 10.25. How many of these are louder than 10.25? Well, not this one. Yes, this one. Not this one. That's cutting it way farther down. So, I think yes. So what I'm aiming for, and I should make notes for what I'm changing. Minus the interesting question is whether everything else follows the same rules. I don't know if it will. Maybe it will. In fact, maybe it's worth figuring this out. Because I may be able to do search and replaces on things like less than space minus 12 and turn it to less than space minus 10, which would give me the change across the entire file. Or at least within the selected area, because I'm probably not going to want it. Well, there's no minuses in here, so we're still cool. Yeah, there's no minuses there. Don't have to worry about that. And there's no minus space in these, so that's also cool. So, okay, we're closing in on an answer. It will also mean greater than space minus 11 becomes greater than space minus something else, too. But if that holds, so what would that mean? Let's scroll around a little bit. Let's scroll all the way over to the 4565. This is making claims about what everything needs to be. So, 4565, amplitude will not register as orange or red because it'll go to minus 12, orange minus 10, and the value I've come up with is actually minus 11, so that's normal for the giant reverbs. The giant reverbs typically do not give me orange or red, which implies extreme loudness with the guitar section. What about some of these others? Slew. SLU would have to, and also with these really large ones, they typically are not as bright. Like I can get, at one point I was measuring all of these with the 555s, and I ended up making a rule that if anything came across as green-purple in colors, I just throw them away. Because stuff that was not loud or sonorous enough always ended up with not as much in the tone sweep, the purple section, and not as much, like if everything was just too quiet, it would automatically get green and purple. And there were so many of them that I just threw them all away. I was like, nope, it has to have at least some sonority to it. It has to be able to project at least a little bit, otherwise I'm not interested. Because this is all about producing a impossible to comply with optimum, where the sonority is extremely high, the bass weight is extremely high, the tone sweep is on the other hand extremely low, and the brightness is extremely low. These are parameters that are fighting each other like to the death, so you can't really have them all at once. But what if you did? Those are the ones I want to do critical listening to and figure out whether to include in a plugin. Because they're not all the same, and I should be able to get them to do all of the above. So let's see. Spot check on 4565. SLU of -9 and SLU larger than -11, meaning that the I wouldn't be getting green. Oh no, wait. No, I still wouldn't be getting. I wouldn't be getting a green reading out of the giant super huge. I go LUFS -11.03 minus. Which one am I trying to subtract from? Dang it. I'm trying to subtract 2 from what's written down to see whether it works. So let's see. So the stuff I've got written on this page, I treat as gospel and I keep. And it was hard enough to get, I'll tell you. So we're going to keep that there. I'm looking at the LUFS column. It's for 4565, meaning it needs to compare to the LUFS on the page -2. That means I am shooting for LUFS being louder than -1114, and what I'm getting is LUFS -1103. So 4565 would not get a green, but would get a blue measurement. And then purple is the one on the end, and it needs to be a larger number than -12.53, 1110. It needs to be larger than 10.53, and the number on the card is 1102. So it would get blue and purple as this really, really long reverb. It wouldn't get green, and I don't believe it would get orange. Again, most of these need to not register on all of the scores at once. Like here's 1644. Let's try the same thought experiment there. The numbers are going to be slightly different this time, but so number of -12.22, 11, so -10.22 needs to be larger, or no, the number on the card needs to be larger than -10.22. Well, the number on the card is 10.62, so that is in fact larger. How about LUFS? Well, the number in the LUFS needs to be louder than minus 12.41 dB, except for 2 off means it needs to be louder than minus 10.41, but it's minus 11.23. That is not louder, that's quieter, meaning it would not get the blue check mark, meaning that the 1644, if I have it correctly, manages to get the purple marking, but it does not get the blue marking because it will not be full enough. The low frequencies on the Alien Kitten section simply do not project far enough. This is going in the, oh, see you later, Tweetnin. This is going in the right direction. Let's have a look at slew. I have a reading for slew here on the 1644. So slew would need to be quieter than minus 10.32. But in fact, slew in measurement is minus 8.97. So that is not quieter. In fact, my slews are all very consistent. I'm not sure any of my slews are going to actually work, and that gets in the way of me being able to assign the 2 dB. Ugh. Let's do some spot checks of other slews, such as this one's right up at the top. Here's 149. Amplitude. It's minus 8.86. 11, 10. So quieter than minus 9.0. It does qualify as red, and in fact also orange. So that one qualifies as being loud. Slew, on the other hand, minus 1157, 1057, 957. Well, what happens if I do 3 dB on the slew listing? Then it would have to be more than 10, 9, 857, but the number I'm getting is 8.55, which is not enough, but it's closer. Meanwhile, the LUFS, minus 12.04, 1110.04. If it's less than 10.04, but it is not, it is 10.87, so it wouldn't get the blue. And purple, minus 10.41, 9, 8.41, and it is in fact louder than that because it is quieter than, yeah, it's 9.85. Let's look at the 347 here. I'm figuring out whether if I do this correction, literally everything comes in as flagged as purple, because that would be bad. I'm going to try to make corrections for each of these things. And I can start with the 2 dB, but then I need to go farther and do more. So, oof. See, these are the times when I get wrapped around the axle with things like trying to make my lawn be clover and fixing my car and all of this other stuff and the things I'd like to try to do. And it just makes it difficult. There's too much associativity. But what can I do other than to try to do it? So 347. This is, as long as I don't get too frustrated, I guess. My voice will still put people to sleep nicely, so there's that. Minus 10.75 is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the RMS. So 11, 10, 9.30. And the RMS has to be bigger than 9.30, which it is. What if I look at 610? There's numbers everywhere. Here's 610. So green, SLU minus 1181. Blue, global LUFS. Purple, max RMS must be a larger number than 982. And it is. So that also gets rated as purple. So what I'm looking at is, do I have anything that is registering as wrong for this? Or are they all going to come out as, oh, yep, your density on that is fine? I don't know. Where's my global LUFS for this one? 1085. And it must be a smaller number than 1015, but it won't be. I think I'm closing in on a concept of I can go through a process to make all of these negative numbers go to smaller, at which point max RMS for the loudness section will be correct. Global LUFS will be correct. But SLU and the tone sweep section will be still wrong. And I'll have to go and fix them somehow. And that has to be done all manually. But on the bright side, I can increase, like if I go and everything is saying purple max RMS less than, say, 11, well, that is consistent across just about the entire file. I don't know if it covers absolutely everything, but it makes it all a lot easier to do. And likewise, I can search for the string green : space SLU space greater than space -11, and that covers a lot of ground. So I can go through and do these ones that need further correcting. Maybe what I should do is do this in stages. Let's take everything with a minus, which I think will accurately want to hang on. There are minuses in my dates here as well. But not space minuses, so that's fine. See where this is actually space minus? That's consistent. So, find and replace. What's the biggest number printed in here? Well, it's pretty consistent because they're either fixed measurements or they're being scaled going to a maximum of -13. So they start up here. I don't have anywhere that says space -10. Actually, I can test for that and find out. How many of these do we have? Those. Okay. But only those two. So if I switch that to 8, I can move on. Elevens and nines. Plenty of these. On we go. Yeah, see, I don't have to do those all by hand. And then back we go up to the top. 11s to 9s. 12s to 10s. 13s to 11s. They found none. And now all my max RMSs are looking to be louder than minus 10.25 in order to qualify as orange, and louder than minus 9. In other words, 8 something. I might be able to make that easier to read, because I don't want anything that literally says minus 9 point. What I want is something that says I don't want that. I want 8.99 or smaller. So it starts with 8 and goes from there. And then I'll be less confused about if I see 9 somewhere. It'll qualify as being orange, but it won't qualify as being red unless it's in the 8 zone. Have a space? No, I don't. There we go. And now that I've all got those going, oh, I can explain to you what slew means. Slew is how much the waveform moved from the previous sample. So if you do a slew only on a waveform, which is one of my plugins, what you'll get out of the end of the slew only, at any given point, the output is silence plus how far it moved from the previous sample. So if you put a bass tone in there, like a low frequency waveform, a 60 cycle sine or a 20 cycle sine or a super low kick drum, it's just moving very gently. And when you do slew only, you get like nothing left, because it might cover a wide range, but it's low frequencies, and at any given moment, the amount of distance it moved from the previous sample is always very tiny. Low frequencies don't move suddenly. High frequencies do move very suddenly. So if you do slew only on like a cymbal, you wind up getting a cymbal. Very sudden motions. This is what I'm measuring. And for instance, I'll jump right in and start looking at the slews and seeing what I need them to be. So my 149 slew must be larger than 957. So 857, this is 853, so it would not qualify. Here's one. Slew is larger than 967. Well, that's 804, so that also does not qualify. 478. Slew must be larger than 8.74, which it would not be because it's 834. So again, are any of these going to register in this way? There's something. 563. Larger than 878? No, this one's 758. Maybe we're going to subtract another 2. I'm not sure. Let's see what else we've got. 1326, all the way down here. These are supposed to probably be easier to reach. Slew must be larger than 1016. But what I've actually got here is minus 8.50. So no, that doesn't qualify either. And then 4565. Slew is that a larger number than 1178? No, it's 957. So we're kind of far from this working. Just saying. What would I have to do in order to make that work? Look at 1326 again. So 1326. If I took another 2 dB off of this, if it had to be a quieter sound than 4 dB from what I'm actually generating, that would say that to get the green flag, SLU would have to be not -10, not -9, but -8.16. 1326 actually measures at -8.56, so it would get flagged. That's good. That's good. We're starting to get into a zone. How about these louder ones? I've got some big changes up at the very top with 149 and 347. So SLU 98757, and it would count as being darker than -757. On the other hand, 347 here, 8 darker than 767, 804. That does, they're all going to show up as that. How about 563? 563. That looks different. So 568 might prove an exception, where it needs to be quieter than -9.78. Subtract 2, it's 778. But it's not, is it? 563 is 7.58. That does not meet the criteria. Again, what we're doing here is figuring out how I can make these measurements split down the middle so that about a half of the stuff I generate qualifies and about a half of the stuff I generate does not, because it's being measured in 4 separate parameters, at which point I can run through all of these, just eyeball what the numbers are saying and whether it's actually meeting. I'm doing my best with it, really. 610, for instance. 610 SLU 781, and yet it won't be quieter than 781 because it's 757, so this would not get the green flag. However, 1326 is 1098. 6, it has to be quieter than -8.16, and 1326 is -8.50, and so it is. I think I have my answer. Let's see how far I have to correct all of these things to do it. Colon space larger than space is 9. So we're going to subtract another 2. Ooh, here's a thought. What if this will work for both the SLU and the purple? That would save me a little trouble, wouldn't it? Because it'll hold. Yeah, before we go here, what's that look like now? So purple. This one up here has to be quieter than -8.41, 76.41. It super duper is quieter than that, so that would easily get a purple. In fact, it already does, to the point where maybe the purple needs to go the opposite direction. Okay. are we in fact needing to push these in opposite directions? Not necessarily by 2, mind you, but 4, 5, 6, 5. If this max RMS gets louder, then 1102 would have to be larger than 1153, which it is not, so it would not get purple. $10.53 would be a gimme, though. That would be easy. So I'm pretty sure slew is changing by... Boy, this is hard. Maybe I should be focusing on the green before I try to focus on the purple. I've only got 2 more hours of streaming. And I'd like to be doing something more amusing than babbling numbers into a microphone. Although, what the hey? It is what it is. Sometimes I like to do this to show you what this line of work is like. Go and get a job at a Starbucks and don't have to do this. Where were we at? 6s. Slew. It's 957. 87. So that qualifies. Well, hang on. Slow down. Do I need to nudge them by 1? Oof. I'm getting completely distracted. I have to hold the pen up so that I can't see the volume ones because I'm getting completely distracted. So 149 needs to be calculated on the basis of, is it larger or less than 853? So this is way off. But if it was 857, that would fail to get a green. 882, that would fail to get a green. 478, 874, that would have to be larger than 874, which it is not. 563, where are we at? How are we doing? Any of this going to work? 563, 878. And that one does get a green. So, cool. 1644. Let's see where we're going with all this. So, minus 10. It would have to be... Trying to remember what direction I was going. 10, no, call it 9. Larger than 932. And in fact it is 897, so no, it is not. The way we're doing this, it is now failing to do any green, and that seems wrong. Come on, hang in there. 11, 10. Larger than 10, 78. No, 957 is not larger than 1078. Or 978. So maybe where I was at, I was about to add 2 to all of these numbers to get them to work. Or, to be sure, subtract 2. Let's see where that leads us. Let's look up to 478 again. 478, 987. So 478 has to be larger than 774. 834, in fact, is. 347 was producing a 767. 804 is in fact larger than 767. I think I'm between 1 and 2 off, and that's annoying because it's giving me fewer ones that fail. Let's scooch over to 610. Ranting numbers at the screen. Minus 9. I correct you, minus 8, minus 7. 81. So 610 minus 757 must be larger than minus 781. And that's not true. So one of them will have failed. Also, that's adjacent to 563. That one says minus 978, minus 778. And 563 also fails to do that. And 1326, because we've got several fails in the middle of the calculation. This is also me looking at all of, well, no, I'm not looking at all the returns, am I? Because I haven't measured all the returns. This is what it's telling it to do. $13.26. Where are you at, $13.26? You're hanging out over here. Minus 10, minus 9, minus 8.16. And 1326, it does actually succeed in getting the green for that one. So the thing is, these two ones in the middle that I spot checked are both overly loud slew-wise, and everything else is not. So everything else is passing the slew test with flying colors, and only the ones in the middle are failing. But I've got plenty of other ones in the middle to check with. So maybe it's just luck of the draw. Maybe it's just luck of the ones that I tested. Because what I'm trying to avoid is a situation where I've worked all of this stuff out. I go through, I manually measure the 20 or 30 examples I have here. And I go, oh, hey, literally everything under the size of a seat size of 200 seats passes with flying colors, and literally everything over the seat size of 200 seats fails. This is not discriminating between these two things effectively. I'm trying to avoid a situation like that. I'm trying to get a situation where, based on whether these are better than the run-of-the-mill generations, they get a flag. And if they are not as good as the regular generations, maybe by a lot, maybe by only a little, they don't get a flag. And that's what we're trying to do with this here. So let's scroll right up to the top again and start looking at some of these other guys. Like 347, 987, 67. The 804 that it gets is higher, but not wildly higher. Some of the other ones kind of are. I'm willing to believe that maybe that's going to be enough. Let's give it a try. And it's going to need to go all the way up to 11. And it gets to start at 9.5. So each of these step down by 2. So that's going to firstly replace these two. Oh, except for it can't, because I've left out some bits. So that got literally nothing. The little bip noise means it found nothing. But this will. Bip, and then eight. Then 9, which is right down at the end here. There they go. So we got that. I think a bunch of these. I think the ones in the end, I'm probably okay with having them all register as green, because that was the former problem I was having trying to do this whole process earlier, where I would work out, I had to generate special curves for some of these. And what ended up happening is as the hull size got larger and larger, everything started registering as green and purple, namely not too bright and not too dense, because the reverb taps were spaced out so much that it couldn't do otherwise. And I'm trying to get more discrimination in than that, but this is probably as close as I'm going to get. And again, I am trying to make it do a thing where very rare reverb algorithms produce all 4 flags. It'll be some form of red or orange, it'll be green, it'll be blue, and it'll be purple all at the same time. So if I can make it do this kind of thing, and I'm going to write this down. Because the 2 wasn't enough, so we're calling it 4. I did remove 2 from it twice. And now my big question, I can do a neat little change up here if I go for purple and find out what that needs to become. And indeed, do I need to take it that direction, or do I need to take it the other direction? Or something comparable? Because our purple max RMS is now demanding that everything be over a certain amount. I'm looking at what the real readings are here and looking at what it says up here. This one has a square root function applied for the generating of the figures, so my new figures that I generate might actually come out differently. I don't have a really convenient way of doing this text-based number swapping, but if I can get into the ballpark, that'll be good enough, really. I can show you the code for the program. I'll probably jump into that a bit later. Some of the code will be very easy, like where it says orange max RMS is less than minus 10.25. That's not actually math. That's just a string that I'm printing out every time the same. So that's not going to be hard to do at all. But then some of these ones where, like, if it is like -8 plus some factor of the seat value, I'm pretty sure I can just do the change of 2 or 4 dB, and that'll be straightforward. But the purple RMS one, I feel maybe that's going to come out different. So if I added 1 dB to each of these, 149, 941, so this would get purple. 985 is larger than 941. 347 here. 1030. 1075 is in fact larger than 1030, so that would in fact get it. 478. This might be very lenient. 1056. I got a 1049 on the 478 version, so that is actually not going to get the purple, which is good. That's a start. 563. Again, same. I feel like some of these ones in the middle are coming out kind of special. 563. So 1067. It would have to be larger than 1067, but I'm reading 1021, which is not. Oh, actually, no, I stand corrected. Or, no, wait, I don't, because I'm just trying to look up this next one, which is also going to fail. 1072, but I'm getting 1014, which is not quieter than minus 1072, so this would also fail to get a purple flag. 1326, so skip all the way ahead to that. Maybe this is going to be the harder one to get. I don't know. I'll find out. 1326. So for making these get larger, 1326 becomes, is that what I was doing? I'm pretty sure that's what I was doing. Becomes, it has to be larger than 1113. 1055 is not. So that also fails. What else have we got here to look at? 1644 would have to become larger than 1022, but it's, well, I mean 1122, but it's 1062, so it can't. Then 4565 would have to become larger than 1153, but it can't. So, yeah, I'm struggling with this, but where I've got it like literally right now, 4565 passes, 1644 passes, 1326 fails. So the longest ones fail. 610, where are you? There you are. Must be 610 passes. 563. Okay, so literally everything beyond this point probably passes. Not great. Unhelpful. That's out. I'm going to make it so at least you can hear something before very long. So this is frustrating the crap out of me. I'm having a hard time finding a purple reading that covers both of these bases. How does this cross correlate with whether the loudness is right? 1644, it does not rate as loud. So larger than 11. I'm hanging in. Pretty soon I'm going to be defrosting some food for tacos. I don't think this is going to be another grinding my gears until there's nothing left. Don't think it's going to be quite like that. But these numbers are giving me fits, man, I tell you. Maybe what I need to do is simply fire up Godot and look at the actual code here, because some of this, I may be able to make it where I can at least grind out new numbers and type them all in correctly. So here's where this comes from. We generate this. Here is calc. Here's the equations I use. Some of that is fairly easily updated. Like (12 to 10) and 11, 10, 9 goes to 8.99. That's all cool. So that was not hard. It's 10, 20, 25. And yeah, so that was fine. Slew is -4. So here's our first one. These are pretty straightforward. So we can run some of this math using a calculator. I've got a calculator that will do square roots, so I can technically do that. And I can probably get in the zone, and then it's a question of coming up with a way of doing, maybe I'll just code another little button in there just so that I can type this stuff in and come up with the RMS value that I need. So green, -4. So minus 11 minus, so how is that going to work? Okay. So SLU does become a larger negative number. And that'll remain consistent if I take the negative number that I start with and drop 4 dB off it. So 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. So it's going to be negative 7.5 minus seats divided by 2,000. And that should produce the same numbers I'm looking at. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. We're holding out for this. And I know it's not impatience. Anybody who's still sticking around is down with the clowning. Let's see. LUFS, that was also fairly straightforward. In fact, that follows exactly the same numbers as orange-red. There were no changes. So that becomes negative 10 minus seats divided by 4,000. Now this final one, the purple calculation, here's where stuff gets messy. This says minus 13 plus, not minus, but plus, square root 1,000 divided by seats. So I can calculate that stuff out, especially if I draw a very fine line on the side, and then I should be able to work that out. 1,000 divided by 149 equals, and the square root of that is 2.59. So minus 10 minus 2.59 gives me what's written on the page, which we can no longer see. Meanwhile, here's where stuff gets real messy because I'm also doing very large numbers of seats. So this does a whole curve around the 0 point. So if I do 1,000 divided by 4,565, and then the square root of that, that's 0.46. That's a much smaller difference. And when we're looking at this and trying to get it to make sense, here's what that algorithm was spitting out. And that legit made it say, where do we start here? Minus 13 plus 0.46. Minus 13 plus 0.46 is what we would have got. So it's minus 12 something. And indeed, we started with minus 12 and then subtracted from that, meaning it was originally saying 12.54. That sounds about right. But the number we're trying to get is closer to 11. So if we did 13 minus 2 to that as well, because that's consistent with sort of everything else for the most part. We had to change slew separately, but that's more or less consistent. Minus 11 plus 0.46 is going to be minus 10 something or other. Namely is 10.54. But we're aiming for closer to 11.02. Okay, so where did we get and where did we need to get? We got to minus 10.54 from 12.54 using the same thing. But we're about a half of a dB off. So if we did 11.5 instead of just 11, minus 0.46, we're going to be at around 11.05. And that says 11.02. That puts us more in the ballpark. But how much, though? Our 149 here, the end result of square root 1,000 divided by seats, whatever, that one ended up being 2.6. Minus 11.5 plus 2.6 appears to give us minus 8.9. RMS for the output of this one would put it at around minus 9.85, meaning that would work for the output of it. That said, our numbers around that point get closer to being a kind of dead giveaway. Let's work out what the math of this is going to be for the 610 and the 1326. So 1,000 divided by 610. That one is 1.28. And the 1326, 1,000 divided by 1326. And the square root of that, that's 0.86. So negative 11.5 plus 1.28 So 610, it would have to be quieter than 10.22, but it's not. It's 10.14, so that one would fail, where 149 would succeed. How about the 1326? So that one, minus 11.5 plus 0.86. I just said that 610 would fail. Would have to be quieter than 10.64. And 1326 would also fail. because it's 10.55. So how close am I to having any of this work? That's my question. How close am I to having any of this stuff work? Let's do 1644. 1000 divided by 1644. I think I just worked out that these two are fails, and the 149 is a succeed. As 1644, square root of that is 0.77. Negative 11.5 plus 0.77 is, it has to be quieter than negative 9.95 and is. So the 1644 would pass. So again, I got stuff that passes on both sides of a middle section which fails. With my curve, the curve that's supposed to cover all of the central ones. And remember, the ideal is for at least something in here somewhere to succeed on literally every metric. We don't really have that going on, but we're close. And since we're not changing the scaling of square root 1000 divided by seats, I may still be able to go in here. I'm just not adjusting things by single numbers anymore. So let's take our 4565 as a reference. 11.5. I'm sorry, negative 11.5. Got to remember, it has to be negative. Plus square root of 1000 divided by 4565, 0.46. And that's minus 11.04. I'll circle that so I know what I'm doing with it. We've changed this number in here so that where, oh, hang on. No. Where this one starts from minus 13, this one starts from minus 11, but minus 11.5. So quickly do a little save. I still need to do the debugging for this, for the instances where it crashes, but we can in fact save this and even do a quick export and build. So what I do going forwards will at least work. This will grind away a little bit. It'll take a moment. But yeah, no, I'm getting lost all over the place, death out of hell. But I'm wrestling my way back is what I'm doing. And it takes a while to export a built version, but this is the built version that I can use going forwards, which will give me the numbers that I am manually correcting everything at the moment for. And that should work. That should literally give me the same numbers that these were generating from the start. I get to quit out of here. These are what I did to generate the first ones, so they go into the trash now, which will be emptied. And this is what I just generated. So this goes onto my desktop, and I will option drag it around to duplicate it 14 times when I go and actually use it. But that's the new version. So the DMG file gets deleted. The disk image that's been mounted onto the desktop gets ejected. And when I run this new instance of the program, it will run, and it will generate stuff. And once it's finished generating enough of these that it's come up with, it's caught up to what it's trying to do, and that looks about like it has, we scooch over to here. Oh, nope, it's just done a new one. And these numbers are now the same as what it will say on this. Each time it comes up with the new one anyhow. See, slew is looking about right. The orange and red are, I just typed those out, so that's fine. Global LUFS of something comparable to 749 seats. Well, 734 is about there, and minus 1019 versus minus 10.18. Minus 787 slew, that is the same. And we just got to correct for max RMS, because max RMS needs to also scale, but I got to take it down by 0.5 dB. Look at it continuing to find new versions. This is the program I want to give access to people, although you won't be able to use this stuff unless you can type it into something, or unless you can compile a version of one of my plugins, which maybe that's just motivation for people learning to do that. But we can quit out of there, and now we're going to do the heavy lifting of this part. Yeah, honestly, learning to soldier on through things is worth it. So my max RMS must be adjusted by 0.5. Pretty much all of these numbers are going to be about the same. I don't know, but I feel like I've seen, I think it was Ben Jordan who would have demonstrated it, because Ben likes Melda stuff, if I remember correctly. And I'm almost sure I've seen somebody demonstrate like their magical favorite reverb, which I was not as excited about, but then I have my own preferences for reverbs. And they generated, give me a second, I'm a little stuck for the moment. Maybe if I look at what 4565 says, I'll remember what I was supposed to do. So max RMS here needs to be changed from 1053 to plus 5, meaning that goes from 10.5 to 11 point something. So what I'm doing is adding 0.5. So 11.4, 10.53 plus 5 becomes, well, how would it become 11.4 though? Whatever. Tens become 11, and the 5 gets subtracted. How do I do this? Do I even have any sense of how to do this at all? Or if I just burned myself out through the course of the day? Well, I do know that the 1053 needs to become 11.04. Let's see if that's actually what the math says to do. Minus 10.53 minus 0.5. No, it would become 11.3, but it's close enough. Or I could simply never mind minuses, pretend they're not there, and go 10.53 plus 0.5 equals 11.53. 10.33 plus This is very simple math, but my brain is very, very fried after all this streaming. So I'm trying to work out whether I can kind of textually do this. I can ignore the final significant figure. That got me there. So 10.4 will get me 10.93. 10.5 gets me 11.03. 10.6 gets me 11.13. And so on. Now I've got a cheat code. Now let's see if I can hold my brain together long enough to update all of these things, at which point we will finally be able to hear some of this stuff. Woof. This has been a whole thing. But I'm telling you though, sometimes that's just what the job is, like getting through this stuff, because I'm trying to make this system for evaluating these and coming out with highest performers, and I have a rough idea of what all of it's supposed to be, but that's the challenge. We sure do have a lot of this. So minus 8.41 would become minus 8.91. $8.9 becomes 9 point what? Becomes 9.4? Yeah. Sweet. So 9.3 becomes 10.8. There it is again. .4 becomes 10.9, clearly. Oops, typo. .5 becomes 11. Wait, how can that be? Have I got this all horribly, horribly wrong somehow? No, we're that close to 11. 11.06, 10.98 to 11.06. Wouldn't it be funny if I have this all horribly wrong? $11.10. Sure hope this is all correct. So we're going to be going by it whether I like it or not. $1.72. Three. Sure hope all this is correct. 11.4. $11.5. Goodness gracious me. It's because we're doing the subtraction. That's what's going on there. This is all deeply disturbing and weird. 11.6. My brain is screaming and trying to crawl backwards out of my head. Again with the 6. There's a 7 for you. I'm convinced this is correct. It's just causing my brain to scream a lot. 7.7. I'm doing that ChatGPT thing. It seems like it should work. 0.3. 8. And 5. Except for no. 5.3. It's 11.03. Okay. Oh, man. Gosh. We've got to the point where I can actually start doing something. It only took literally all day. I'm going to read chat for a minute and try to stop my brain screaming. Jonathan, yeah, people like Melda because it's supremely customizable. You get to do really radical things with them. So some people are very into that. Find it real gratifying. So I'll tell you what, I'm scooching this out of the way for a moment. I'm going to go and wash my coffee cup and hit the restroom, take some deep breaths, and we're going to come back to actually categorizing these things. Also, I need to thaw out my taco food, do things like that. I am going to fire up some kind of piece of music. And we'll set it so you can hear it properly. And I'll be right back. where my music left off. You were listening to this. It is basically a heavily compressed guitar over synthesizer jam. Oh, somebody's getting encouraged about Reaper. Nice. Bear in mind, you can run Reaper without buying it. You tell it, oh, I'm evaluating. A very long free trial means literally you can do that forever. They're very kind people. They're kind of the same mind as me. Apparently there's something to do with Reaper where it's like, no, we should let people keep using it. So very long means literal infinite, and it only costs $60, and so I have bought it a couple of times. I think if you have two projects running at the same time, you would be copying things from one to another. Where were we at? We were gonna do this. 149. It's a reverb. This is what we've been doing this entire time, is making these things. And we're going to evaluate how it measures up. This is another time-consuming process, but all the same. Here's how it works. Maximum RMS is minus 866, so it qualifies as red. It is about as loud as you can get. As far as slew is oh, well, hang on, I should really be doing... Yeah, let's slow down just enough so that we can do the slew properly like this. Slew of larger than minus 757. Amplitude, the number is, that's going to count as green. Because I'm aiming for one side or the other of this number, and I know it's meant to be quieter, and I know 8.53 is quieter than 7.57 in dB readings, and so that counts. So we got a red-green. How dense is it? Minus 10. Ah, but global LUFS would have to be louder than minus 10.04, and it is not, so it does not get blue. And maximum RMS, it does get purple. It is louder than minus 8.91. I just talked that, but I'm not sure if I had it right. Yes, that's quieter than minus 8.91. So we got a red, green, purple. And we do this. Red, green, purple. All the ones I'm making special, like the 216 there, which is in the 555 matrix, that one's close to red, green, blue, purple. Whereas I just failed to get all of those correctly. Now, here's one that we have not actually heard before, if I'm not correct. If I'm not mistaken, this one's loudness is minus 8.60. Is that hotter than minus 8.99? Why, yes, it is. So this counts as red. And the slew is minus 8.13. So this also counts as green, another red-green. There may be a factor in which all of them will qualify as this past a certain point, which means the ones in the middle are more subject to this analysis. Another red-green, Is the loudness correct? LUFS, less than minus 1006. No, it is not. It is quieter than that. And RMS. And it does get purple. So we got another red-green. Oh, hang on. Am I literally screwing everything up every step of the way? Am I completely incapable of functioning at this stage? Because I feel like the one that I just did wrong. Okay, let's go all the way back and start over with this, or maybe we won't even stop doing this entirely. This was a red-green. Does it get blue? Minus 10.83. Global LUFS. No, so why did I label it as such? Been a long day. But I do know that the other one, that's why it confused me, is I had just done it completely wrong. Hopefully this will get a little more interesting as I get closer to variation in these, rather than having them be all exactly the damn same. We are still in the zone of this is working, but we're not seeing any differences at this stage. So 347. Well, here's something. What's our loudness like? Super loud, thanks. So that's another red. Only on the one side though, so that's weird. That's probably not going to reflect well on it. And that's probably also going to lose it the green. So 347. So it was quieter than 767. No, it still is getting by. So we got literally another red-green here. Wildly out of balance. Blue is not louder than the point. And purple is not louder than the point. It's got to be a larger, I say larger, but it's negative. I'm just confusing myself up one side and down the other, but it doesn't get purple this time. So that one is a big reject and only gets red-green. See, this is how this do. I've done so many, I can show you how many of these I've done. Look at this. Those are the ones we've used. These are the ones from before. This is all of this except for literally everything that doesn't have at least 3 flags gets thrown away. So there's like 10 times more of these that I've done this with. And in fact, this is a fun, well, no, I don't have to move it, do I? This is a duplicate. I can just delete that because I've got one of them in here. And that's what the 555 sound like at that scale. Once I finish doing all of these, I could scooch them into the middle of all of these and see how they compare. But for now, we're going to have a look at 659, which is right here. And some of these are the ones we have never looked at before. because we only did a spot check on like this many, but now we're going through all of them much more quickly and easily than before. Minus 79.9. That is also red. Minus 873. That is also green. So some of these louder, closer ones are doing fine so far. So red, green. 359, that's what we're looking at already, all fine and good. Needs to be louder than 1009. Yeah, 976 does count as louder. So this does get red, green, blue. Hey. Does it score the top of the scores and have all of these going on, unlike any of the previous ones? Purple, quieter than 1083, which it is not. So this one failed on the purple, but got red, green, blue, which beats the previous one. And what that means for when I want to go through all of these later is when I hit this one here, this one will have quieter lows, and the one directly below, 56359, will have louder lows, because that's how it measures, and you'll hear it now. Not as loud lows. Louder lows. And none of them are as clear as this one, which is maybe a little bit more spacious. On to 390. That's this one right here. You're hoping there's going to be lots of diversity in the readings here, because they're all supposed to be roughly halfway between pass and fail along all these different metrics, in hopes that some of them, which when I re-listen to them, it turns out they sound like ass, will be no flags whatsoever, and some of them will be all 4 flags, in which case that will get more of my attention. The way the previous ones were working, very few of them got to that point. Hey, Smurfton. So, where were we at? Max RMS, 390. That's 1131. That doesn't even qualify as orange, does it? No. So this one does not get either red or orange. This one's quiet. This one's not very loud at all. I mean, that's loud enough, mind you, but what it is not doing is giving intense sonority. That said, I'd be a little surprised if it doesn't do well slew-wise, because it isn't that loud. But I can't assume that. I must check. Slew must be quieter than 770. Interesting. This fails both counts. So that's basically a giant pile of ass compared to the good ones, if this analysis is correct. How about our maximum loudness? Global LUFS must be louder than 1010, but minus 11 LUFS is not louder, it's quieter. The larger number means it has become quieter, so it fails on that as well. Does it even succeed to get a purple reading, for at least it has clarity? See, this is starting to be like, this is why I bothered with all this. Stuff is starting to come out. Purple Max RMS. a larger number than 1090. Well, guess what? That's not. That's 1079. We have a complete failure of a revert. It didn't even get one good thing about it, whereas this one got 3 good things, but not all the good things. When we listen to the drums, the difference between these two things, which are otherwise very close, this not good, this more good. Not good. This good. Hear how they're very, very similar, and yet I think it is correct that 359 is better than 390. And 390 is failing on a whole bunch of different metrics. This is why I'm doing all this. It took me all day to do this, but look at how fast we're going through them. That said, I've only got about 6 or so of them, but still. I've done this with all these other ones, and I'm now going through and doing it with the 6x6s for the first time ever. I've never evaluated 6x6s along this metric. We're going to see whether it helps. We're going to see whether it gives me any pleasing insights into all this. I am very pleased that one of them failed so hardcore that it didn't even get a single flag. That's what this is for. 409. 409 maximum RMS power of minus 9.16. That gets it orange. So it has a maximum loudness of orange, apparently only in one channel, which is never great. On an earlier version of all of this, gotta remember to slew only. On an earlier version, I went and measured again, assigning things like L's, L for loud, depending upon whether either or both of the channels were that kind of loud. So here we're looking at 409. Green slew has to be larger than 7.7, and it's 8.8, so that's substantially. Although True Peak, interestingly, True Peak is not. True Peak is minus 6.5, so that's interesting. Honestly, I probably should be going by True Peak. And I can make a note on that. If I went by True Peak, this would not pass the green test. And it would be orange, not green. Which means I'd like to go and look at these previous 4 and see whether they would fail if I was looking at True Peak, because you realize the implications of what True Peak means. What True Peak means is there are super high frequencies in which if it gets reconstructed so the peak goes higher than that. And that's really significant to what this is, especially since we're doing it at 96K. If you have stuff happening and it's generating that high of a true peak at 96K, that's some really high frequencies there. I should be measuring based on True Peak. So yeah, this is orange, not green, and we're going to go back and evaluate the other ones too. But for now, LUFS must be hotter than 1010. This is not. It's 1078. Orange, not green, not blue, and I like it when these fail because it's hard to hear the differences, but then when you critically listen a little more, sometimes you can pick it out. And maximum RMS is quieter than 1094, which this is not. It's 1031. So this literally registers only as orange and nothing else. Now we run here again, and let's check some of these out and see whether they're as hot as I thought. Look at that. True peak minus 6.27. That's a big difference. That's a fail. I wonder if any of them will pass. Peak amplitude 813, true peak minus 5.72. That's a fail. Interesting. I think the bigger ones will end up being easier for these to pass, but this is very interesting. It'll be interesting to see whether 359, which was previously doing so well, like if literally everything that I do fails this new test, I probably have time and inclination to go and adjust it once more. Because that changes matters, and I really should be evaluating this by true peak rather than just peak. It really matters. $347. True peak is 575. That's still, see, it goes from 804 to 575 true peak. That blows right past this. I don't know whether the giant ones are going to have equally big problems with it. I also don't remember whether the 5x5s were having an easier time with this stuff. But given what true peak means, I should be evaluating by true peak. There's no question about that. And there's 873 and 653. See, it's possible for that to not be as big of a discrepancy. These have varied a little bit. I'm going to maybe spot check a couple of these because I've adjusted all of these. See if I adjusted it once more so that instead of saying like 768, just subtract one more or add one more to the loudness, and then the true peak would have to be bigger than 668. Well, we're at 653. It wouldn't have to be much better to pass. And I think that's as close as anything has come. And yet that's still a fail. So that's interesting. We're making it difficult. We're making it more difficult for it. Let's scooch way down to something else. How about this 1034, just kind of in the middle of everything? If we analyze you, oh, and that's 5.88, that's a very high true peak. And so 8, 7. We could allow for another 2 dB and still not be going that far. It's a big statement, but it's true. And we can do a search and replace to kind of quickly update all of our numbers again. And then we can go back and rate everything again. Oh, but we don't want to rate that. We want to do the true peak check. 45565. There it is. So true peak of -7. Take another 2 off. That becomes -911. And or wait, no, hang on, slow down. What are we doing? No, this is the number that would go down. It would go down to -9 to -778, and you'd have to have things quieter than 778, which this is not, but it's 711, so it's fairly close. I wonder. Let's scan through some of these and listen to them and see if anything sounds less bright. That maybe sounds like it might be less bright. This is all very delicate stuff. This is all very difficult to hear, especially if you're listening to the same damn thing a million times over. Ear fatigue is a thing. Meters and measurements cannot fatigue. You can just get them wrong. What are we looking at with this? Well, our true peak for 622 here is 5.22. So it would have to be true peak larger than 5.81, and it won't have managed that. Not quite. So that'd be another fail. How about some of the slightly smaller ones? Because I'm going by the another 2 dB. Maybe that one? You can hear how they're very similar in character. I'm just trying to find this little dividing line where I can go, about half of these are brighter than I need, about half of these are a darkness that's going to work for me. But it's a very delicate dividing line. Let's see where this is at. Again, we're thinking in terms of going by true peak, which is going to be a more sensitive way of measuring it, and also more accurate for really high frequency stuff. See, here we go. So what are we looking at now? I'm looking at 564. There's 551, there's 563, there's 564. So if I subtracted 2 from this, never mind the negative and positive parts of it, if I made it from -7 to -578, it would have to be quieter than -578. -597 is in fact quieter than -578. That would be a pass. Good enough for me. We're going to do a little change of some of these things. A little more search and replace. Also, I need to fire up that program and correct it here too. But for now, let's work with what's on here. Yeah. Change 7 to 5 everywhere. Got there. 8 to 6. Was there even? Right at the bottom here? Yes, there was. Is there a 9? Yes, there is. 9 to 7. Boop. Got him. And then just to be sure, please select properly. True Peak Slew. Also bear in mind, one of the things I'm trying to do, you know how I ran through 13 million different, I have these things running all night long and they generate 4 million and 16 million and 160 million trials to come up with a good result. And I can weight that in various ways by further working with the program. I'm trying to get a circumstance where many of these just fail, like 396s there, and have nothing going for them at all, so that the ones that are good stand out. I want the measurements to do that, so I don't have to. Ba-dum. Wait, do I have extra spaces in there? No, it's fine. And now I gotta save that and fire up Godot again so that we have the change covered. Alt 6. In the previous version, it's fine. I haven't needed to do anything. -7, 5. Sorry, let's call that -5.5 minus seats divided by 2,000. Honestly, it might need to use the square root format of it, but probably not. That's probably about right. And TP space there. Now it matches. I'll build it. We will set this to export and jump back into what I was doing and go and check all those true peaks again. See, these are the things I need to drop everything and go in and redo the program to comply with what I'm trying to do, because I am kind of struggling with some of that stuff and trying to keep track of everything that I'm doing with it. Meanwhile, Chad is talking about Reaper, and that's good. I like talking about Reaper. Oh, and if we're talking about CPU usage, oh yeah, no, Reaper is the one you want for that. More Reaper ads. Yeah, guilty, that's me. That's me, I'm a big Reaper fan. It's just really good stuff. It's much like how I am a fan of Surge XT and 6 Signs. Although granted, the actual synthesizers, whether they be analog or whether they be something like Summit is technically not analog, but the way that it runs its oscillators is similar to what I do in these modular. You overclock the oscillators massively. That's what makes them be good. So let's see, now I delete the version of the program that is there. Here's a new version with the changes I just made. Drag that to the desktop, so when I duplicate it, it'll be ready to go. And then we're going to jump right back in after emptying trash. We're going to jump right back into here and zip through now that I have the true peak thing sorted. This shouldn't take that long. That's not what I meant to do. That was find peak. Basically, I'll be falling all over myself all over the place, trying to do this stuff, but we're trying to figure out whether the true peak is quieter than 557, which this now is. Yay, you get back your green. Red, green, purple. It lines them up in order. So we're going to go through and give that one back its high score and see whether they all do the same thing or whether perhaps not. And hopefully we'll be up to speed and able to grind through the rest of these. I'll just babble as I do this and we'll get there. 562 or 572. Yeah, that passed true peak just barely. I like that. The fact that it's really close. The fact that it's not clearing the bar by a very large margin is good to me, because then further ones, which might be closer to not succeeding on that metric, can end up not succeeding on that metric. And here we have the one that is just only red. And does this one succeed on this metric, or does it fail? 347. No, it does not. No, wait. True peak quieter than 567, 575 is in fact quieter. Cool. In fact, I think it passes this time and it didn't pass the previous time. That's interesting. And our 359 that was formerly a good high scorer and got the first combination of 3 labels, but we're trying it again, referring to true peak rather than just the maximum peak measurement. And that one's doing just fine. True peak 653 is in fact quieter than 568, so we're going to give that one its due. Yay! And that one's the one that was blue instead of purple. So red, green, blue, not purple. Let's check 390, which failed in every metric, and see whether it still fails in every metric, or whether it's going to do better on the now more narrowly drawn, easier to fail, or easier to pass and or fail. Is it quieter than 570? No, it is not. It still fails in every possible metric. Probably because of this little spike here. That is the loudest part of the waveform. And again, since this is, in fact, slew only, that's what that looks like. Some of these slew onlys are ending up being like a quiet little waveform hanging around 0, and some of them are louder spikes. And the way they combine can produce a extremely loud spike. And that got it a failing grade. Now, where did we leave off with this guy? Doesn't matter. I'm going to check it again. For 09, it has to be quieter than 5.7. It is. It's 6.58. Green. It gets a green. But does it get anything else? That's the question. Because I seem to remember I've been through this one and it does not. LUFS. No, that's not louder than 1010. And no, that's not quieter than 10.94. But it got a green flag. Woot. Hurrah for it. And now we can move on. But we've reevaluated this stuff to give us a little bit more clarity in what's really generating high frequencies around the Nyquist frequency. Because that's what happens. That's the kind of stuff where death out of hell is like, at least one person's following what Chris is doing. I'm not sure who that would be, though. I see a bunch of chat. I'm glancing over at the chat now. Actually, I can move the chat up to here is what I could do. It must have been Pink Sounds going, hooray! Cool. It's a suitable hooray. A appropriate and suitably drawn hooray. Why am I on Chromium? I need to be on Twisted Wave. There we go. Analyze the loud bits for 418. 418, maximum RMS is minus 8.71. That's actually getting a red score. So cool, you're loud. What else are you? Are you lacking in bright frizziness? Because reverbs shouldn't have hypersonic content. Like this is being measured without any filtering. So it had better not have super bright content. And if it does, we fix it. True peak. Quieter than 571. Why, yes, it is. So we get a red-green. This one's shaping up okay, but we still have two more challenges for it to pass. Quieter or louder than 1010? No, it's 1034. That's close. I like the fact that these are coming in close because that means a slightly different arrangement of delay times might give the result. And is max RMS quieter than 1095? No, it's not. So we got another red-green. See, understand the way these balance against each other is quite interesting. If you have a really loud output on the guitar section, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have a loud output on the Alien Kitten section with bass. And if it's a really loud output on either of those, that'll probably make it harder for it to register as purple, which is quietness of its behavior for the sine sweep. Like this is almost certainly not going to be a good performance in the sine sweep. This loudness section, which for this is giving me negative 950. Let's see, we're on 433. So that is not coming out as red, but it is going to register as orange. So cool. Silencio, or high frequency O, rather. And peak amplitude O, that's going to do fine. Oh, no, wait, I'm looking in the wrong place. But it's still doing fine. 572 and 696, close to 7. So that's got very good high frequency behavior, which sounds like this when you hear it. So we're trying not to have hypersonic content coming through the reverb, as if a reverb was about making supersonic noises that somehow persist over long periods of reverb. That one succeeded in not being bad. So did I just say that got, yeah, it got orange and not red, right? Right? Well, it just got green, so I can simply go back and double check. When I sequence break like that, it throws me. 950, yes, that's orange, and then green. How are we doing for these other ones? Orange, green, orange, green. Gonna continue to say orange, green, so I remember what it's doing. And LUFS, that's a fail. That's not nearly enough LUFS. It's lacking in bass. Is it also lacking in clarity? Because if it's really good at clarity, this does not go loud. The sweep kind of just smoothly turns into reverb. But I don't think that's what we're looking at, is it? No, no, no. So it looks like we got an orange and green, and it failed every other test. Cool. $478. We're going hard. We're going to figure out all the reverbs in the next 10 minutes. Well, maybe not. But I keep having to cycle back and rehack the program, so who can say? I can, if it starts going really well and I'm actually making progress, maybe I will allow myself to just do all of these, and then we can go yay, and I can go and have food. Maximum RMS. Hi. That succeeds with literally nothing. That is not even louder than minus 10.25. It's quieter than minus 10.2. So yeah, so complete failure on the loudness front for the guitars. That might make it have an easier time with the green rating, which is true peak. And it has just barely squeaked through. Whoa, hold on. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. No, yes, it has. So this, it has to be quieter than 574. 598 does count as quieter, just not by much. It did manage to make the green. And this is looking stronger. This is looking way stronger in low frequency stuff. So let's see if that's true. LUFS, less than 1012, didn't quite make it, but it's moving in the right direction. So it managed green, and that was all. How about this? Max RMS bigger than 1106? No, that is not. Okay. So that one's like literally going to be thrown away. It looks like I have 3 that managed to get 3 tags. And I'm just grinding through these. Hopefully, am I going to be able to do this in 10 minutes? I'm not sure I care. Meanwhile, in chat, people are talking about Daniel Ek. I guess you got to talk about something when I'm babbling numbers and trying to do a really hard job. 483. Again, I often do this every day, just not necessarily with this many of them at once. This is like 2 days saved up, and I'm only beginning to resolve this part. If I get through all of these and I find that like nothing ever managed to rate as purple past a certain point, I will have to go rehack the code, rehack these notes, and then run through just only the tone sweep section again. But for now, first measurement, 1031. That does not count. That is not loud enough. It does not meet the loudness test. And True Peak Slew is not succeeding. This did not meet the brightness test. Brightness is too loud for this size of space, which is heard here. It's a reverb, but it's not supposed to sound this bright, is it? So 2 fails. Maybe it will meet the deepness test. Looking at 43, yep. So 1012, it has to hit 1012, but it's only at 1036. It does not succeed in the deepness test either. How about this one? Nope. Okay, so this one just fails everything. Geez, what are you doing, Reverb Impulse? You have to try harder than that. Geez. That, or I have to reevaluate how I do all of these. Again, like, if I look at this and it says everything up to this point passes the brightness test, everything after this point fails, I'll know that I'm doing something wrong. If, like, everything after this point passes the low frequencies test and everything up to this point fails, I'll know I'm doing something wrong. Again, similarly, like these two passed the tone sweep. And then if everything else fails, I'll know that my tone sweep calculations are not correct. And I'll have to go and see, basically what I can do is go and rehack the calculations, manually redo everything in verbs text, and rerun them. So where are we at? 509? Yeah, 483 failed everything. 509. So how are we doing for loudness? We are failing at loudness again. But then I can see that. Look at this. How are we doing for brightness? Like, if this goes too hard, I will stop at 5 and go and have tacos and be like, I'm going to have to think this whole thing over again. But this is a picture of my job. This is like how you do the Chris from Airwindows thing. And up. I think we have signs of life. True peak amplitude of minus 711, and it only has to be quieter than 575. That is a resounding pass. That's a pass by more than 1 dB. Compared to the other one, like this one, its high frequency sound like this. So that can sound kind of distant, even though it's not actually good at being loud sounding. And then let's have a quick glance over to these crazy things and see whether they're doing any better. Global LUFS, that's a nope, that's a not pass. Purple, that's also a nope, that's also a not pass. So that this one passed green with flying colors and like literally nothing else. 527. Again, you see how that they're all sort of changing by the room size? And I got to find the correct formulas for what these are sort of converging on. They're all the fruit of millions and millions and millions of attempted reverb constants being tried out. Oh, here we go. So -8. That's red. This one is properly loud. Mostly over here. It's all on one side. So the sonorous penetrating quality of that is what I'm rating when I rate this first one, the orange red. And that was red. And then the question is, if it rates also as green, that means it'll sound distant enough. And it resoundingly counts as green. Not quite as much as the previous one, but here's now a 2 flag one. And A, can it do bass? And B, have I got it set up so that it'll show me whether it's doing bass? That looks to be a fail on the global LUFS. which again, this is suggesting to me that maybe I've got these numbers not worked out right, because the impulses, they sound fine to me, but they're not rating on these calculations. And 10:15, yeah, totally not beyond 11:12, so that also a fail. So we got red, green. I think what I'm looking at is my red, orange, and green are working okay, and I don't think the purple and blue measurements are even close to being correct. I'm going to have to fix those. But part of it's okay. I'll do another one. But I think with the depth of me having to go and retest all of these things, although there's a couple of the smaller ones that are working out okay, but I think the whole algorithm needs to be rehacked. Whereas this stuff is working out fine. So more in the way of, oh God, look at that. So we got a really big discrepancy between channels here. That said, if I built something like this into a regular reverb, all I would have to do is have the channels swap, bleed into each other more, which is what you'd want to do with a 500-seater room anyhow. So it wouldn't end up just only sitting on one side, but you'd probably get resonances popping up in one side. But yeah, maximum power 640. That's super, super loud, and this is super, super quiet. They are very much not in balance, and it's all literally right here. Where one side is super duper loud, and the other side not so much. This is the kind of stuff that makes me wonder whether I've actually got the feedbacks working right, but that's kind of just the nature of how this works. Like if it was really off, then these low frequency thumps would be farther away than they were. That's a red. You can even see the brightness is a little bit off kilter there too. And then true peak, it manages to pass green as well. 551 does. And then this looks promising for base weight. That the amount of feedback happening on that one side is enough to, it passes blue. Largely on just the one side. Again, it's like 4 dB apart between these two. It works perfectly reading one way through the matrix, and then it does not work reading through the other. So this is probably not going to succeed all told, but at least it is managing red, green, blue. I'll probably end on that. It's 5. And lastly, how's it doing on purple? Abject total fail on purple. Although if I counted only the other one, that would pass. So maybe I'm not so far from having this be done correctly as I thought. Still, this is what this one is. It's red, green, and blue, but everything else fails. And yeah. I'm having a little glance over and seeing whether there's any correlation between the file sizes and what I'm trying to do. But yeah, I kind of have the feeling that if I've not got this dialed in enough, I'm only going to have to cycle back. And while I can do that, I could cycle back while making my tacos and eating dinner, as I'm supposed to be doing. Because usually I would just put on some kind of video or something. And I don't know, I suppose it's soothing enough to just tinker with this stuff and fiddle with the text file while eating tacos. And then I can head to bed and, I don't know, tomorrow do something else or whatever. But yeah. So in simple words, what that means is I am definitely done with grinding away at these files and things. Although one thing about it is, they do sound cool. Here's the one that sucked and was the worst. And then I'll skip ahead to 551, which was most things, although it's very one-sided. That's the one that's a little better. Hear how they all sound so very similar? And yet there are differences. So yeah, I will get back to tinkering with all the code and stuff and trying to get this to give me measurements that will help me in the job of picking among these things. Funny part is, I could probably pick literally any of them and do way better than I was doing with the first K Cathedral. Like, we've literally got all of this stuff, and I've got examples of exactly the same thing with, say, K Cathedral 2, and what that one sounds like. Not really the same thing at all. Or I've got stuff like this. That's K-Plate D. That's supposed to be a 778 seat room too. Or this one that's brighter. And again, this is all the same baseline. And then when you do K Cosmos, the 5x5, and then the 6s, oops, it's a whole different kettle of wax. For those who keep wax in kettles, I guess. Anyway, let's continue another day. I'll probably have this difficult grind of stuff done by next week. And I'll bounce into the Minecraft server, see what people are up to without streaming it. And maybe next week can be hey, I just released chimey guitar and the reverbs are coming good. Let's just play games on the internet for a while. So yeah, I will do that. I do hope to enjoy my tacos, and I'm probably going to keep tinkering with this stuff, but I won't feel the need to talk in any kind of interesting way while doing it. And it'll be less, maybe I'll put on some nice music or something and just continue it. And I'll talk to y'all later. And again, I hope to put out chimey guitar this weekend, which is the compression version of pointy guitar. And with a bit of luck, that will help people get some nice sounds for themselves. I'm particularly looking forward to trying it with bass, but I'm also interested in playing my Strat through it and seeing what can come out. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.